Board of Education will come to order. Roll call. Hanson.
Here.
Meek.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Peterson here. Ray.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
Weiniger.
Here.
Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving right into item number 4, DCSD Spotlight, the before and after school enterprise, also known as base programs and staff. I'll turn it over to the superintendent.
Thank you, President Peterson. Good evening, everyone. October 20th is the 23rd annual Lights On After School event. This is a nationwide event celebrating after-school programs and the importance they play in the lives of children, families, and communities. So we thought, what better time to recognize our very own base programs right here in DCSD. But before we get started, here is a short video to set the stage for tonight's recognitions.
I'm gonna need you to raise your glass. I don't care what you put in it. Here's the nights that you can't take back. We live hard, but we love to laugh. And we all thought that we'd get rich fast. Hopped the plane out for greener grass. Found out the greenest cash don't compare to the friends that last. See, we won't forget where we came from. This city won't change us. We beat to the same drum. No, we won't forget where we came from. This city can't change us. We beat to the same drum, the same drum. No matter where we go, we always find a way back home. No matter where we go, we always find a way back home. So here's to the cheap sunglasses, Red Bull and minivans, and people who had your back when the world didn't understand. See, we won't forget where we came from. The city won't change us. We beat to the same drum. No, we won't forget where we came from. The city can't change us. We beat to the same drum, the same drum. No matter where we go, we always find a way back home. No matter where we go, we always find a way back home. When time's losing and we're losing touch and fading away, we'll still be raising our cups.
2, 1, go!
Oh no, this city won't change us. 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 Won't change us. Hey! La da 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 da. La da 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 da. Oh, and no matter where we go, we always find our way back home. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. Oh, and no matter where we go, we always find our way back home. La da 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 da. Oh, and no matter where we go, we always find our way back home. We always find our way back home. Yeah, we always find our way back home.
Wasn't that fun? All right, so I would like to have the following representatives from our before and after school enterprise, lovingly known as BASE, join me up front. Alicia Elmore, Director of BASE, come on up. Denise Nichols, BASE Area Manager. Amy Olivas, BASE Manager. Valerie Oss, BASE Manager. And of course, Janice Schleisner, our interim CFO, who oversees the BASE program. So congratulations, ladies. We're just here to recognize all of the great work you do. You do so much for our families that, like my husband and I, we're working parents for as long as our kids were growing up, and we really relied on having wonderful programs like our BASE programs to make sure that we could meet our obligations and still have our kids be well cared for. So thank you for all that you do. Alicia, what does this mean for you and your BASE managers?
Well, thank you so much, first of all, Superintendent Kane, and thank you, board directors, for this recognition. This means so much to our people. They all can't be here right now because they're taking care of our kids. So we are here to represent them. So this lights on after school, when you came in, all of the artwork you saw were BASE kids. Those are light bulbs. And so we're shining a light on the hard work that our people do. And they are amazing, I do have to tell you. And this video is just a taste of that. And Cameron Rocket is the name of the young woman who did that. Remember that? Because I think we're going to hear her name outside of BASE sometime. But just amazing. Our people, some of them, some kids have gone to BASE for up to 7 years. So our staff are members of their family. And if I could speak directly to our BASE people just for a minute, I just want to say thank you so much. You bring not just the fun, but you bring the love. And that is so important to our kids, and I'm just so grateful for you. So thank you so much. So I know that some others have something they'd like to say as well. Absolutely. So, all right. Val, our BASE business manager.
Hi, thank you for having us here. I would just like to thank the 400 dedicated BASE employees that provide care and support to 6,200 students and children that are currently enrolled in BASE in the 22-23 school year. And just today alone, our 46 programs, our after-school and pre-K programs, are providing care for 1,300 students and children.
The relationships that BASE staff create with kids help them develop skill, explore new interests, and have fun in out-of-school time. Some fun facts about us: we had a BASE manager recently celebrate 30 years in our department. We have 29 managers who have done 10 or more years, and 15 assistant managers who've done 15 or more years. So we're grateful for the time that you're all taking today to celebrate them, because we're so grateful for them.
I had to write some notes down. I didn't want to forget to say anything. But if I could give you tonight a glimpse of just the highlight and of the offerings and activities that we provide in our programs, what you might see on any given day in any given program is the fun, fresh, and exciting activities that our staff spend hours and hours planning and implementing. And some of those things include cooking clubs and martial arts and dance lessons, hockey, things like that. Our staff also assist in homework help, and each of our 46 programs has a strong focus on social emotional learning, which gives our kids the opportunity to learn what it means to be a good friend and giving them the empowerment to make good choices. Our BASE programs are so much more than childcare, and I really want to emphasize that tonight. They truly are a place where our staff and kids want to kick off their shoes and call home. And so our staff working tonight, they are the unsung heroes, and I just want them to hear that from me. They are truly the heroes of our department.
I'll just say that I've gotten to know this group in a different capacity in the interim CFO role, and they're just continue to impress me of the things that they supply to our kids and our families on an ongoing basis and the dedication to all of them. So thank you all.
And I'd just like to add that as we come into fall break here, we know that our BASE staff, our amazing BASE staff and our BASE caregivers are working over breaks, working all summer long and taking care of our kids all the time. And I had the great privilege of speaking to the BASE folks just yesterday. Was it yesterday? And we are really, really grateful for everything that you guys do. We know how much you and everyone in BASE contribute to the learning of our children and to the care of our children. So thank you for everything you do. How about one more round of applause for these special people? And that concludes our recognitions. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 5, acceptance of agenda. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the agenda as presented. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Williams,
Second.
second by Myers. I will call the roll. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Pass 7-0. And into item number 6, superintendent updates.
Okay, well, I have a number of general updates, as well as, and this is up to you, President Peterson, I would like to address some of the comments in the Blue Book around 5A and 5B, and I'll do that at the end of my remarks if that works for you. Okay, so just a few quick updates. Youth Congress took place at the Capitol last week, which really teaches our kids about really having a voice in our community. 130 of our kids participated, and I believe Director Myers will talk more about that amazing event. Apple Award nominations are open from October 3rd to November 13th, and you go to foundationdcs.org in order to nominate a teacher. We encourage all of our families to nominate teachers for an Apple Awards. Our teachers are truly the foundation of the wonderful learning that our kids are doing every single day. This week is National School Lunch Week. And on October 13th, there will be a taste of DCSD at Crest Hill Middle School from 4:30 to 7. Our community is welcome to come and learn a little bit about what we do for our kids and their school lunch. There was a marching band festival this past weekend at Douglas County High School. It had great turnout, and the kids were awesome. Regionals will be held at Legend High School on October 20th. And as we head into fall break, I just want to give a special thank you to our amazing staff for all of the work that they have done to kick off a fantastic school year. And I just want to kindly and gently remind our staff to actually take a break and try to unplug for a week and take some much deserved time off so that we can all come back fresh and ready to go for our kids. And then finally, October 31st, just a reminder, is a professional development day, and families should check with their schools about fall festival plans, trunk or treats, et cetera, happening in our schools. So those are my general updates. Now I'd like to address some of the Blue Book comments from the voter's guide that was sent out. The first thing I would like to make sure that our public understands is that everything published in the Blue Book, whether for or against an initiative, is based on comments that are sent in through official channels. The comments are to be printed as they are. They are not fact-checked. There's no process. I was astounded when I first understood that, but there is no fact-checking process. They are to be printed as they come in and as they are, as long as they are 500 words or fewer. So I do just want to address a couple of things in the Blue Book, and I'm trying to remain on a factual level here, but there were a few comments written against ballot initiative 5A and 5B that I would like to address. The first one, so I'm going to address about 7 different comments. The first comment around 5A states that by 2024, the school district's proposed MLO would add an additional $520 to property taxes to a home valued $1 million after the 2023 reappraisal. This is not true as written because 5A is a fixed dollar amount. So it's a $60 million mill levy override. And that $60 million mill levy override will impact our residents based on their current valuation, $1 per week per $100,000 in home value. When the home values do go up through the 2023 reappraisal, that $1 per week per 100,000 in current home value, that does not change because the $60 million is not tied to mills. It's a flat dollar amount. So in fact, by 2024 and beyond, the real dollar impact of 5A on our taxpayers will begin to diminish as there are more homes and businesses sharing in that same fixed $60 million mill levy override. The impact on any individual home or business will decrease over time. So I wanted to make sure to address that one. The next couple talk about average teacher salary and have some average teacher salary quotes that are correct. Our average teacher salary is indeed $58,000. And the Bluebit comment suggests that it's unfair to pick the highest salaries like Boulder and Cherry Creek to compare Douglas County School District to. Fair enough in the case of Boulder, but in the case of Cherry Creek, they are right across the border from us. Many of our teachers literally drive past Cherry Creek schools in order to get to Douglas County schools. So they truly are our closest competition and absolutely worthy of calling out. The next statement is that for the 13 largest districts in Colorado, the average teacher salary is $63,000. So the district is in the normal range. Well, the difference between $58,000, our average, and $63,000 is $5,000 a year, which is not insignificant. And of course, Douglas County is one of the most expensive places to live in the entire state of Colorado. So a statewide comparison in terms of average teacher salary is not entirely fair because it isn't where our teachers live and they don't live in rural Colorado. They live here in our area and need to be able to afford to live here and have their average teacher salary based on what they have in the metro area. So that's the difference there, although I thought it was great to call out that we're still $5,000 under the statewide average. That's really unfortunate. The next one is more money spent on education does not buy better outcomes. And the example is that we have better outcomes than Cherry Creek School District, and they're receiving much higher salaries. Therefore, yay, Douglas County, because we're doing such a great job with less money. And we certainly are proud of the value that our district offers our citizens. However, at issue for us right now is keeping our teachers. We are super proud that we are one of the best districts in the state of Colorado. And in fact, some of the numbers that we will look at today do show that we've outscored, for example, Cherry Creek in every area. And we're very proud of that. However, if we cannot keep the amazing teachers that are doing that great work, we will not be able to keep that level of performance. We have to keep the people that are performing that way in order for us to continue to keep our competitive edge. So this is less about new outcomes and more about making sure that we are preserving our position in our state and delivering the absolute best for our children. The next one says that if the school district gave teachers a 10% raise, the cost would be $5,800 per teacher, so they took 10% times the average teacher salary, times 4,400 licensed teachers is $25.5 million, which is not the $60 million that is being asked for. It's a fair enough question, but it is misunderstood. So first of all, the increase is for all of our 8,600 employees, not just teachers. And it is not just salary, it also includes benefits, and the big one is para. Just so our public fully understands, every time we give a teacher a $10,000 raise, the district pays an additional $2,100 to para for that teacher. So that $10,000 raise actually costs the district closer to $12,100. And then, of course, there are additional benefits such as Medicare, Medicaid that are based on salary.
I was just going to interrupt and ask if you would explain what para is, because this is such a great opportunity for education, and that is something that I think could benefit.
Thank you, Director Hansen. Para is the Public Education Retirement Association, and it is the retirement plan that our public schools participate in instead of participating in Social Security. So we do not pay into Social Security, and instead we pay into para for the retirement planning for our teachers. All public educators in the state of Colorado participate in para, so it is not a benefit that is unique to Douglas County. It certainly is available in all the other districts as well. It is also not a benefit that is optional to Douglas County. So we pay 21% of salaries into para on behalf of our teachers, and our teachers have to pay, I believe the number is now getting close to 11% out of their check to go into the retirement fund as well. So whenever you increase salary, the cost is not just in increasing salaries. So I laid out the numbers just for our public, and this can all be found on our website as well as in my presentations to this Board of Education. Of that $60 million, $44.5 million is the school district's share. The other $15.5 million goes to our district authorized charter schools for their compensation changes. They'll use it very similarly to how the district is using it. Of that 44.5 district million that is the district share, 31.2 million will go to licensed staff, so that's our teachers. 13.5 million will go to classified staff, and again, that covers both salaries as well as the additional cost for para, as well as any kind of benefits that are tied to salary dollars. And then the next one is, it talks about just this being a general fund money grab for the school district. And again, I just want to state that 5A, the language of 5A literally limits 5A to competitive compensation per the ballot language. So I just want to make sure that we are really clear on that front. Moving on to 5B, I'm going to just again address the ones that are perhaps a little bit misleading and share as much information as I currently can. There was a statement that some of the items that would be used in 5B, which is our bond, that is for capital expenditures, are actually current expenses that were otherwise already planned. That is not the case. All of the expenses laid out in the bond, one, they are all capital investments. They are not operational costs. They are capital investments. And those capital investments are not within our current capacity or our current plans because they are capital investments. So they are not current expenses. They are covered if the bond passes and only if the bond passes. Next is the idea that the district is overestimating future growth. And there are some numbers quoted here around stagnation in growth in our school district. And it is true, our growth, our district enrollment has been more or less flat for quite some time. A little up, a little down, but more or less flat. What I want to be sure that people know is that Douglas County School District is 844 square miles, which means that we are 2/3 the size of Rhode Island. So yes, on average, our growth is more or less flat. However, we have areas of significant growth, and we also have areas of decline. And the financially responsible and responsible to our citizens, our community, and our students of this district is to make sure that we are addressing both. So we need to be able to provide schools in communities that are new and growing and do not have access to schools but for a long bus drive and will eventually overwhelm the schools in the area. We also have an obligation to make sure that we are planning ahead for decline and make sure that we are working with our community to determine a plan for declining enrollment. Both of those things are the responsibility of this school district and of this Board of Education. So it is true that overall we are flat, but again, with 844 square miles, unfortunately, decline in growth in two completely different geographical areas is not helpful. We cannot pick up a school from a declining area and move it 10 miles south to an area that is growing. Okay, The next one also has to do with enrollment declining during the course of the pandemic. The change in enrollment in Douglas County School District between the 1920 school year and the 21-22 school year was 2,000 students down. The major driver of that was the closing of Hope Online's elementary program. So that, of course, those aren't Douglas County resident students generally, but it impacts Douglas County School District's enrollment as we are the authorizer of Hope Online. We certainly did lose a good number of students around the time of the pandemic for a whole wide number of reasons, and that is something that we are talking about a lot as a district, and I know the board is as well, on how we can make sure that we're meeting the needs of all of our students and bringing any of our students that left during the pandemic back home to our school district. That is something that we have a focus on. And then finally, the last statement states that while DCSD has many amazing teachers, and we sure do, parents are concerned about, quote, woke ideology indoctrination in the curriculum. Goes on to say that public education has lost its monopoly over parents and students. So I want to say a few things. As a school district, we are absolutely dedicated to promoting positive partnerships between our parents and our schools. We think partnerships between our parents and our teachers are absolutely critical to the success of all of our students, and that is something we work towards every day. As a district, we follow Colorado state standards, and our district administration is absolutely not pushing or endorsing any kind of woke ideology. We do encourage parents and teachers, again, to build those positive partnerships, which we know is best for kids. And if a parent in our district is ever concerned about something happening in their school or in their student's classroom, we would absolutely encourage that parent to respectfully reach out to the teacher and have a conversation about their concerns. The best way that we can promote partnerships between our schools and our teachers and our parents is to come together respectfully and have conversations. We absolutely respect our parents, and we respect our parents and what they are teaching their kids at home, and we want to make sure that we're working carefully with our parents to continue that work in our schools. Our teachers are doing amazing work. They have done so many amazing things in terms of growth, and again, as we look at scores in a little while, we are about to see how our teachers and our families working together, but our teachers really outperformed themselves from pre-pandemic. That is absolutely remarkable, and very few districts in our state or frankly in our country saw results like that, and we're incredibly proud of the really hard work that our teachers are doing. And so I cannot say enough that we really promote that relationship between our parents and our teachers, and our parents should absolutely always feel free to talk to their teacher, their child's teacher, if they ever see anything that concerns them in their child's classroom. And as a district, we are dedicated to doing everything we can to support that partnership, to support our amazing teachers, and we are so thankful for what they do every day, and most importantly, to make sure that our students are learning and growing and ready to lead tomorrow. So with that, if I'm happy to address any questions that I can, or I'm sure the Board of Education may have some comments around the Blue Book, but I wanted to make sure to state those comments from the perspective of staff. So thank you for indulging me in doing so.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Any questions or comments from board members? Director Meek?
So first off, thank you very much for that detailed response. I think it's our job as board members to use our voice to ensure that correct information is out there. Excuse me. Will the factual information that you just read through be made available to the board members, but also be posted on the website? How do you plan to make sure that that information is readily available?
Thank you for that question. I will be working with our council to make sure that I am indeed sharing factual information in response to the statements in the Blue Book, and we will discuss putting that out to our parent community. I have a communication that I'm working on that will be upcoming, and so I would include that in a frequently asked questions type of format.
Other directors? Director Ray?
Just a specific one in response to one of the statements. Are we anticipating this? This statement says that there's an expected reappraisal which would cause homes to be 40% to 50% higher. I have never heard that, and as a taxpayer, that concerns me. Have we ever heard that before? Is that factual?
I also have not seen specifically that 40 to 50% higher number, but our home values as they sit on the appraiser's site is based on, I believe, almost 3 years ago. So there's a reappraisal done every 3 years. And what's really unfortunate is the cutoff, where they cut off that appraisal happened, I believe, July 1, when our home values were at their absolute highest. I do know that our local governments, as well as our state legislature, is looking at creative solutions for that, because you're going to have these local bodies that, were collecting $20 yesterday, and now they're collecting $30 like overnight. And so there may be some legislative backstops that can be put in. That's a little outside of our particular scope, but as I do understand it, the reevaluation will be pretty significant. It will happen sometime in January. And again, it will only impact those taxes that are mill-based taxes. Our mill levy override and our bond in particular are dollar amount taxes. So this body sets the mills every year based on the dollar amount that we need to collect and the appraised values as they sit at the time. So the number of mills that would be set for 5A, for example, this year will be very, very different than the number of mills set the following year for 5A. The number of mills set the following year for 5A will most certainly be lower.
Very good. May I continue? And thank you, Superintendent Kane. Again, like everyone said, I really appreciate the response. And I know that we have Renee, who is our designated elected official as well. And so I just want to acknowledge her too, because this is a tough fence to ride in terms of the requirements that the county asks her to do versus what we want to do in terms of making sure that our community gets the facts. But I would just comment that I think it's appalling that one person can write a comment with so much misinformation, get free publicity to hundreds of thousands of people, and it's not vetted. And I don't know what we need to do to communicate to maybe our county clerk and recorder, because certainly the statewide, there is a process where the state Blue Book is vetted factually by a legislative council before it gets published. And so I'm just appalled that we have one person that makes these statements and all of a sudden people will assume that this is factual information. What I'm wondering, so if I understand you correctly, Superintendent Kane, then we did not write also the comment for the 4, is that correct?
That is correct. As the body putting the measures on the ballot, of course, this body staff can't advocate for or against. And so those comments came from outside of the staff.
So both for and against
Both for and against.
Yeah, right. And then I guess my final question would be, do we know the people that submit these comments? And is that public record? Because I know we have had that question asked of us as board directors. And then if it is there a way to communicate to those individuals that this is misinformation? And I guess the other question to that is, my understanding too is that if we have multiple comments for a Blue Book, then there is some liberty that we have to take to merge those comments together. Is that correct?
So we are wavering into the world of legal advice, but we do have an obligation to merge them together, but we have to preserve, as I understand it, the comments to the extent possible within the 500-word limit. I do not know if it is public record who submitted, what individuals submitted the comments. So that is something that I will have to get back to all of you on.
Very good, thank you.
Other directors? Director Meek?
So along those lines, I'm just wondering, it would be helpful to understand what that process looked like and the timeline. I know in a prior board meeting, we talked about having an opportunity to engage in the 4 comments, and I didn't know this was coming out. So I'm just really curious, what was that timeline? Who was involved when, and what that process looks like?
We would be happy to prepare a memo, a legal memo for the Board of Education in terms of that process. Thank you.
Thanks, because I know other districts, the board members may be involved. I know district accountability committees can be involved. I know committees like the MBEC, who is so integral, in this work, as well as the campaign. So I think it would be very helpful to understand what that process looks like, who was involved and when. And I am asking our fellow board members to use your voices tonight to speak up and support and refute some of the statements in here. I mean, what jumps out at me is parents are concerned about woke ideology and indoctrination in the curriculum. 4 of you were elected and you spoke directly to this concern. You now sit on this board, and I would love to have you say this is not a concern in our district, because I think you are probably the voices on this board that people want to hear from when it comes to this kind of rhetoric.
Certainly, and I'd actually like to thank we got a lot of emails. This book came out recently. Most people got it this weekend. So right after the book came out, I think the board members started seeing certainly in the last 48 hours, started seeing their inboxes fill up with a lot. And it's funny, it wasn't a lot of cut and paste. This was not your typical social media, here, cut and paste this to the board. It looked like a lot of, some of it very well. I mean, maybe not to the level that Superintendent Kane just delivered, but people took some time to write some very thoughtful and very educated rebuttals themselves that the board could use. So I do thank everyone. And the other thing I noticed from that, they weren't really it seemed to be from a political left or a political right. We were getting them from all our constituents. People that I've seen write on various sides of issue were all, in fact, I don't think I got any email, correct me if I'm wrong, directors, in support of the opposition language in the Blue Book. And most people were not even worried about the arguments. They were worried about the veracity of the arguments and how much was actually true. That being said, thank you, Superintendent Kane, for that long explanation. I think that just saved the board a lot of time, because I was going to make several of those comments, but not with the level of depth that you did. Relative to Director Meek's question about the last comment that talked about the ideology and curriculum, I've gone out and I've been talking a lot to a lot of groups about bond and mill, and I get that question from various groups. Mike, are we doing, insert the name here, is the district doing CRT? Are we doing identity politics in the classroom as a formal means of instruction? I've told everyone, no. We have a large district. We've got 89 schools. You might have a little person here or there that maybe gets a little off track and maybe isn't aligned, but we certainly do not have a agenda-driven, formalized, quote, woke, whatever you want to call it, social justice, activist curriculum here in the schools. In fact, it is perfectly aligned not only with the CDE standards, from what I can tell, it's aligned to our mission and vision, setting that educational foundation that allows each student to achieve his or her unique potential and prepares them on the pathways for whether that's CTE, going into the workforce, whether that's post-secondary education or military service. And that's what we're here to do as a board, and that's what I believe our superintendent, our staff, all the way down to the individual classrooms is doing. And again, I will echo what Superintendent Kane said. If you think something otherwise is going on, you have an obligation as a parent, as a staff member, as a student to speak out and engage the process, but please engage respectfully. We need to get that parent and teacher partnership that was broken during COVID back together in support for our students. So I don't know if I can say it any clearer than that, Director Meek, but it's not a concern for me at this time. Any other directors, comments, questions? Director Ray.
So I would like to recommend that we do take some action with the Blue Book for future purposes. Certainly, the city of Denver has done this, where they have done some work to make sure that their local Blue Book is factual, as opposed to just being vulnerable to anybody that wants to throw out a comment. So I don't know if there's a way that we can communicate to our clerk just our disappointment, number one, but then express, number two, some proactive recommendations, like forming some kind of a council that takes a look at Blue Book comments prior to them going out and having them vetted. I think that would be pretty powerful for us as a unanimous board, just to be able to communicate our concern that misinformation is out there, because bottom line, voters deserve facts. And I think we're responsible for making sure that our voters get the facts, as opposed to what we see from this Blue Book.
Any other comments, questions from directors? Director Williams.
How would you suggest we do that, Director Ray? Just because I am 100% on board for that. I think it's important that we're giving factual information to our taxpayers.
I think just a letter that is maybe signed on behalf of the board or by all 7 of us, that just captures the fact that we're very concerned with the misinformation that went out to voters in this current Blue Book. We'd like to recommend in the future a process for making sure that that doesn't happen again. So I think just a letter to the county clerk with all of us signed on to it would be, I think that would be what would help greatly.
And while it's fresh, maybe something we can take up in November for discussion and then vote on the second meeting in November. Why? So this doesn't get beyond us. So, Director Meek.
So just a couple of thoughts. So this is called the Tabor book. So this is the Tabor book, which is the local one that we're talking about. I did hear from some constituents as well, and I believe they reached out to the county clerk's office today, and the county clerk's office directed them back to us, the designated elected official, and the process. So I have a feeling it's more involved than that. Maybe the starting point is a letter, but maybe it is researching legally how the Tabor book is compiled. And then we can look at perhaps legislation that we may want to work with others to ensure that factual information is put forward. But I thought maybe I'd save us a step, because I think if we did a letter, we may hear, we are just printing what you give to us. So I feel like there may be more legal investigation that's needed. Which is again why I was asking about the process earlier, so.
Superintendent Kane, did you have something?
As part of the legal memo that we will prepare for you with the process, we will also research the origin and what possible changes or how changes could be effected to give you a good place to start.
Okay, thank you.
And can we get in that memo just the guidelines that Ms. Brockman has to follow, just to kind of reinforce what the current state is?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Director Hansen.
Thank you. I know in our action items, we're going to take up a resolution in support of the MLO and bond. And between now and then, I just want to see if we can kind of start to brainstorm. We have an opportunity to speak together about what we can do to try and combat this a little bit. There's 40 people watching this meeting right now, and this booklet that makes me so furious I can't see straight went out to 300,000 people. And it is so wrong that that there is nothing in this that is accurate. And there are so many people who are giving hundreds of hours, knocking doors, trying to talk to people, trying to educate. We need to really brainstorm some ideas that may be something in addition to this resolution. And tonight's our last meeting before ballots drop. So just want to suggest that idea, and maybe as our conversations evolve through the evening, we can try and come together and figure something out to do.
Yeah, last meeting with public comment prior to ballot drop. We do have one November 1st.
Before ballots drop, not yet.
Before, yes, correct. Before they drop, but not prior to the election. Thank you. Okay, if there's no other, go ahead. Director Meek or Director Ray, any finals?
Yeah, I was
Go
just going to ask again if all directors would just like to say a couple words, because this is your opportunity to speak to the public and say whatever you feel like you need to say, knowing that we voted to put on the ballot 5A and 5B. We've invested so much time and resources with the committee work. Our community has invested so much into this. We paid nearly $300,000 to put this on the ballot, and I feel like this Tabor book and the way the information is pushed out there is tanking the election. And this is our opportunity to use our voices and be heard.
Director Williams.
So I mean, I feel like I said that I'm 100% behind figuring out a way to correct all of the misleading information that was put in the Tabor book. I'm obviously very disappointed with many of the things that were said in there, including the last comment about woke ideology. So that's what I have to say.
Director Weiniger.
Yeah, I'll just reinforce that Douglas County School District does not promote woke ideology. I don't know if there's people out there who maybe are disgruntled with one or two experiences they've had, but just know that opposing this MLO and bond is hurting 99% that you do agree with, and we do have fantastic teachers and bus drivers and lunch ladies and staff in this district, and you're hurting those people, and you're taking them away from our county to go to a different job because we have a labor shortage, and they could just choose to not do this anymore, and I don't want that for our school district at all. So that's all I had to say.
Director Myers.
As a retired educator and a board member, I have always stood in favor of the MLO bond, and I passed the resolution that we would go forward for this. So when I did get my book in the mail and read through it, I was absolutely, honestly disgusted with the information that was out, because it was absolutely contrary to what we knew that was going on in this district and what we were voting for and keeping and retaining our teachers. And I'm sorry, and I apologize for those people that wrote in, and we don't have any way of vetting and bringing actual facts forward in what we're trying to get voted in this district.
So I think just to sum up, not only does it seem like we have 7 directors that are past ballot language on A and B, I think we have 7 directors that are united in their opposition to the interpretation of the opposition comments in the Blue Book. So with that, I think we'll move on, and we'll get a chance to revisit this when we get to the resolution supporting the mill and bond. Go ahead, Dave.
I have a question about superintendent updates, if I
Sure.
may, if we're
Go
done
ahead.
with this one. Superintendent Kane, I know we also have several commenters who are talking about the universal bell schedule. I know you sent us a really thorough memo in terms of helping us with the process. I wonder, before public comment, if you might just take a stab at summarizing that, because it might help our public commenters to have that common foundation as well as us regarding this concern.
Sure. Actually, I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent of School Leadership, Danny Windsor, to go ahead and make those comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Director Ray and Board of Education. This has been a conversation we've been engaged in for really kind of the past year and a half from a school leadership standpoint. Conversation actually began at an early board meeting. You may or may not remember, because there's a few things that happened last year, but at an early board meeting about a comment coming up about a potential common or compatible bell schedule that was just made as a matter-of-fact comment at a board meeting, and really caught the conversation and attention of our high school leaders. And that conversation happened probably in that kind of early fall, September timeframe. And our high school leaders had the opportunity to begin a conversation where they meet on a regular basis as a team, and brought that conversation up to, at the time, I was the executive director of schools, helping facilitate the high school level meeting, and really was a conversation that was brought up amongst the high school and alternative education leaders, and really looking at, hey, where did this come from? What is this about? And it really became a conversation of looking at what potentially could be some of the benefit and challenges around looking at a compatible bell schedule. And it really stemmed from a variety of areas around providing equal access and opportunities and guaranteeing the comprehensive experience that we want to provide for all of our students. And that conversation really led over multiple months throughout, from basically December all the way through the end of the school year, to really engage looking at the opportunities and challenges around this work. And it became a conversation where we talked about a couple of different themes. One of those things were really around that access to programming for all of our students. This past year, to give you context, just even around a lot of the post-secondary work we've been doing, we had over 13,000 students access career and technical education programming this past year. We had over 8,100 students engage in concurrent enrollment programming this past year, which ended up having a significant impact for students to get industry certification, have access to dual enrollment, concurrent enrollment programming, which really led into another conversation that led into the spring, specifically around a change in the Ascent bill. And as you guys were aware of, on May 17th this past year, the state legislation made some changes specifically around how the Ascent law changed. And really the Ascent law was really around how do we potentially pay for students who are in their 5th year, who have graduated from Douglas County schools and even throughout the state, to potentially garner a free year of college education through the Ascent-based programming. And that legislation did change. And so if a student garners close to 9 credit hours at our high school, 9 college credit hours, they would then qualify for this program where a student potentially could get a free year of public college, community college education. And so it became this conversation of looking at academic programmings that were offered for students, as well as the opportunity to navigate some of the challenges we were seeing. Director Winogard, thank you so much for your comments about teachers. It's something that, as you're talking about it, I get a little choked up thinking about the legacy we want to leave behind for our students, the opportunities we want to provide for our students. And this conversation was really grounded and started in is how do we take care of our kids? It's been a commitment that I've made for 20 years to try to make sure we provide every opportunity we can for our students to be successful and be equipped to be successful. And it's something I will not stop thinking about each and every day when I wake up, something that our team will not stop thinking about each and every day. And we wanted to make sure that your zip code didn't define the opportunities that you were going to have in this district. And we are a school district, and we need to ensure that we provide those equal opportunities for each and every kid that walks into our schools. We also know we're garnering in a different age where there is a significant teacher shortage that we are facing as a district. And if you've worked in the education realm, one of the challenges is our hiring pools did not look like the same they did 10 years ago. They've become a lot thinner as far as the number of applicants we are seeing, as well as the qualifications. And a lot of the program we've developed really does tie into individual teacher credentials. And unfortunately, when some of those teachers leave, programs and opportunities can go with those teachers. So what we've tried to look at is potentially looking at these compatible bell schedules is the opportunity to potentially share teachers between our high schools, where the AP physics teacher that leaves, you are cringing to say, how the heck do I provide this opportunity for students? And that could be for any class that would be available for our students. And so the opportunity for us to have this compatible bell schedule would be the first time that we would be able to truly share staffing between schools. And that is a significant challenge. As a principal in this district, anytime I started seeing partial staffings, a 0.6, a 0.7, or 0.8, you knew your pool was even going to look different and beyond that. We also have the opportunity in the same time to work with our higher ed partners. And our higher ed partners are willing to engage in a conversation where we have a high school just down the street here with a community college right across the street from it that our students have not had access to because our bell schedule does not allow the students to access that campus. We also have a variety of campuses and opportunities and programming that we wanted to ensure that every student did have that opportunity to engage in those opportunities. And obviously with higher ed and potentially some compatible bell schedules, it gives us that opportunity. We also know we have the Legacy Campus that is trying to align our schedule as well to provide opportunities throughout the areas. But we also understand there are significant challenges we still do have to overcome, such as ensuring we're looking at transportation to programs in a variety of areas. And so we are spending time. Our high school leaders have absolutely made this a commitment. They are leading in this work. This is not about dictating anybody to do this work. This is something, even our last meeting with a group of 46 individuals that include principals, assistant principals, and some counselors, said, we own this and we know this is right by our kids. And it's going to be an area where we are engaging with staff, engaging with our community, because one of the things we have to honor is there are some unique within the Bell schedule structures, there are unique aspects from each school that we want to ensure we can retain and plan for accordingly, whether it's through master scheduling, access advisement times, clubs, activities, but really the goal to make sure that we can honor those concerns, and each of our principals are owning that opportunity to hear those concerns so we can actively address those opportunities. And so we know we need to look at those areas, as well as looking at potentially around the areas we've talked about, an increase in enrollment in a number of areas, and then some areas where we're seeing decline in enrollment. And how do we ensure we address those opportunities that we don't want to see any areas where there's declining enrollment, that we have to limit opportunities for students, and when they grow in certain areas, we also want to make sure that we can provide those opportunities as well. So we've engaged in this work for a significant amount of time, and obviously want to honor the amazing teachers that have been trying to lead this work. Change is not an easy thing by any means, and I do not want to discount that. I very much appreciate engaging with our community, but also want to continue to hear those concerns. Ms. Kane, do you want to add to this as well?
Yeah, I would just like to, first of all, thank the high school principals and high school leadership and Danny and his team for all the work that they have done through this. This work has been going on for about a year through a number of transitions, be it board, be it superintendent, or high school leaders. We've had a lot of transition in high school leadership as well. So the work over the course of a year through a number of different transitions has been really challenging for the team, and I just greatly appreciate their perseverance and trying to make sure that we're honoring every child in our district and trying to make sure that we're bringing everyone along and talking about what the best way to do that is. So I greatly appreciate Danny and his team. They are working to engage parents at the high school level, in the individual high schools. Most of our high schools won't be very impacted by any of this work, but it's just the idea of being compatible, more than like perfect time alignment or whatever. It's just being compatible so that our kids can access opportunities regardless of their zip code. And so I'm grateful to Danny and his team for all of that work. We know it's caused some waves in our community, and Danny and his leaders will continue to work through that and work with the individual high school communities about their concerns and their needs to make sure that every single one of our kids has every possible opportunity to be successful as we continue our work. So thank you, Danny.
Yeah, I think some of the challenges we do want to make sure we're communicating the facts around that, such as change in start time and end times, to exact point that Superintendent Kane referred to, is we're not looking at changing those start and end times. There's certain schools, I know Director Hansen knows this well, Mountain Ridge and Mountain Vista, that is one of the most challenging opportunities for traffic in the morning. Those things are not planning on changing by any means, but it's really about looking at the compatibility. We also are looking about what does this look like system-wide when you do make a bell schedule change. And so there have been 18 bell schedule changes in 5 years amongst our 9 high schools. And so we've had a number of changes that have occurred, and this is something that we know we need to continue to engage with our community. I think we've gotten some great feedback from teachers saying, hey, we obviously would have a longer runway in engaging in these conversations, and very much have heard that, want to continue to ensure we provide supports for our teachers around changing potentially to block times, and what does this mean for certain students in our special education population, to mental health needs. And so we've worked with our district departments to talk about what those identified needs are as well, to ensure that we can provide those necessary supports to make any of those changes. And so I've appreciated everybody's feedback. It's not easy by any means, but just have really appreciated, obviously, our high school leaders and our group that has been working on this, but really have appreciated the teachers and their families and the feedback that we've been receiving already.
I just want to add, we understand that there hasn't been a system-wide communication regarding this issue, and that's due to each high school leader wanting to work with their community to work through their own community's unique challenges. But later this week, as I send out a communication already discussed, including a lot of FAQs, we will be addressing some frequently asked questions around the compatible schedules for our high schools, but we really needed to make sure that our high school leaders had an opportunity first to directly engage with their communities. So we appreciate our community's patience, and we will get that communication out soon. Thank you.
Two questions.
Director Meek, then Director Ray.
So I was just curious, what kind of feedback did the student accountability group provide? And maybe the liaisons are best to provide that, but it
Hasn't
sounds.
been discussed, not that I know of, as the collaborative, I'm sorry.
No, it hasn't been discussed. I did have a student at the last SAG meeting approach me about this, and I definitely said, talk to your high school principal, send an email to Mr. Windsor and Superintendent Kane, which I believe she did, and to her principal, because I did visit Castleview last week. So, but no other discussion, no formal discussion.
So a decision has been made, but students haven't been involved in the decision process, the decision-making process?
So I think what Superintendent Kane alluded to is really looking at this at an individual site level for students to engage with their leaders. This was a conversation that we've had at a number of schools, and it does look different from certain schools. We have four schools on a 4x1 schedule and 4 schools on a 3x2 schedule and 1 on a 4x4 schedule. So those are unique challenges with different opportunities for them to engage with students to be able to have direct conversations. We know there are certain schools in particular that this will require them to sit down individually with counselors to say, what does this look like for them, in ensuring it doesn't limit any opportunities for students. And that really has been a lot of the conversation. And so at a student-wide level, we've had schools that have engaged with it at advisements where teachers have shared that schedule to be able to give feedback. There's been surveys that's been provided back, and that looks different in each one of our schools, knowing that the scale of changes looks different at each of our schools as well. Ms. Kane, do you want to add anything else?
I just want to say that, again, we want to make sure our individual principals have the opportunity to engage with their students and their SACs and their community before some kind of district-wide anything is released, because this has been a conversation among principals.
So a couple of questions, Mr. Windsor. You mentioned, I think, 13,000 students who have taken advantage of concurrent enrollment. Was that is that correct?
Career and technical education for 13,000. It's 13,030 to be exact.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Of those 13,000, how many of those students leave their home school to take advantage of that somewhere else in a different location?
So I think some of the challenge to that opportunity is when you have 9 high schools and 9 different bell schedules, the opportunity for students to engage that is limited in the sense of how we can offer those opportunities. And so when we look at it, we haven't been able to publicize or even provide that opportunity, even know the scale of what that interest would be. But we know there is a significant interest. Where we've seen 4 years ago, that number was about 6,000 students, with more students in the district. And so when we look at about 66, 68,000 students, that was a number then. As our district numbers have looked different, it was less students accessing CT, and part of that was due to credentialing and certifying teachers and having a systemic way to provide those opportunities. But really the goal is this is not about trying to say this is changing a bell schedule for 7 students. This is about 18,000 students in our secondary schools and a demonstrated interest of students wanting opportunities to this type of programming, but also ensuring we can provide that comprehensive experience no matter whether you're a school that's increasing at significant rates enrollment or you're for a school that's decreasing at significant rates as well. As how do we make sure all students have those opportunities?
So I understand that I understand the need for getting the word out to our students about the opportunities. So we don't have, though, a number of how many students right now are leaving their campus to go to a different campus?
I can get you the exact number on that. I'll pull it up and give you a number of what that is. But it's with the understanding that, yes, some students can access it because they've garnered credit, gives them flexibility in their schedule to then go leave for a Cosmo program or an auto program. But that necessarily isn't always the opportunity because of how our schedule is set up. A student may have to take 3 classes off to be able to engage in one of those opportunities.
My last question, and I really appreciate, Mr. Windsor, the passion behind this project, which is to provide students with as many opportunities as possible, regardless of their zip code. I mean, I think that's loud and clear that that's the positive intent all along. I know Superintendent Kane mentioned that each school is unique and that we talk with SAC and their community. I guess my final question is in terms of autonomy. If we have a high school that says, that is on the 4x4 schedule, which appears to be the most complicated schedule or the most impacted schedule to become compatible with the universal schedule. If we have a school community like that, do they have the autonomy to say, you know what, not yet. We're going to stick with our 4x4 schedule. Good stuff's happening. We've got plenty of pathways for our kids under our roof, and kids are able to make it to other places with our bell schedule. Do they have the permission to come back and say, not yet?
If I could add, so to date, this has been a very operational discussion, and I want to make sure that school leadership has the opportunity to continue to work with their high schools and work out the details, and that I make sure that I'm providing that opportunity and that they're providing that opportunity to work through individual high school concerns and make whatever changes or pauses or whatever needs to happen in order to work through each high school. But I want to make sure that we continue to keep it at an operational level so that Assistant Superintendent Windsor can lead his team through making sure that we're trying to honor all voices and doing the absolute best work that they can for kids, and in working with our high schools and with our high school staff and with our individual students on what their changes would look like next year or whatever in our individual schools, because right now, whatever it is, looks different. As you stated, Director Ree, in every single school, I would just like to ask that we give Assistant Superintendent Windsor and his team the opportunity to work this out operationally. Thank you.
I do not want us to decide the master schedule. I will just emphasize that, and I'm not trying to get into the operational. We do, though, network with our community, and I just want to have good responses when a community asks us about the decision-making process. Is it a local decision-making process, or is it a district decision-making process? But I totally support that it is operational, that we do need to let our leaders work with their communities. But for my sake, as a community person, it would help me understand what process are we looking at when we have, because we've had lots of people have reached out to us. And although we don't want to get into the operational business, we don't also want to say, well, we don't know how this is working. So I'm just looking for information.
No, absolutely, and I think that's really the key is trying to get as much information as we can, and also at the same time making sure when you look at a school that's down the road that's on the 4x4 schedule in particular, is how do we make sure we truly understand the scale of the impact it directly has on students and the impact it has on our staff, and what level of supports are needed. Is there an ability to look at pausing decisions around schedules? Those are all the things we're looking at. If we find that we are going to provide, if we are looking at a compatible schedule that hinders a student's opportunity to accelerate, absolutely we would pause on that decision. I think what our goal is to make sure that we are having each and every student sit down to make sure we don't limit those opportunities for our students, and also understand the needs specifically from our staff of what they need to be successful to be able to move forward with that work. And so getting that systematic feedback, it does look different at one high school that is on a 4x4 and another schedule that's already has this 4x1 schedule that is in front of them. And so absolutely we want to make sure that input is important. I had a chance to sit in 2 listening sessions for that school to ensure that we heard the hard feedback that needs to be there. We can't shy away from those conversations, and I appreciate the public comment that is here to be able to give that direct feedback. That's extremely important in the process. If we're able to solve a number of those issues with the lead time that we need to be able to support teachers, that's what we're spending the time on. So I very much appreciate that, in the sense of us all being a part of this community, because we do very much want to honor the fact of the voices that are here, and at the same time, we also know our principals have the direct contact with students and their staff. We want to honor our leaders, which our high school principal said, hey, Danny, we need you to get out of the way and let us run with this. And I think it's something I very much appreciated in the last conversation we most recently had this past week.
Yeah, and I'd just like to thank Director Ray for your distinguishing the interest in the board and our ability to respond and making sure it's very clear that we are not looking to take this operational decision out of the hands of our superintendent, deputies, and staff. And I do want to recognize quite the conundrum of trying to provide district level compatibility with maintaining building autonomy and honoring the unique nature of all our schools. So I know it's difficult, but thank you for working through that, and thank you, Director Ray, for acknowledging that we have an operational issue on our hands. Director Meek.
Real quick, I just want to thank you for all of the work that has gone into this. And it's clearly aligned with the strategic plan. It's clearly aligned with the strategic direction that this board has articulated. So I appreciate all of that. I also feel obligated to share that I have had students reach out to me and say they feel like they have not had a voice. They feel like they have been in meetings where it's check a box, we talk to students. And so for me, it's just very important that we have an inclusive process where students have a voice and that we're authentic. And if they have a choice, they know they have a choice. If they don't have a choice, it's already made. But I mean, we have a situation where we're making a really complex change for all the right reasons. And I feel like we have students who feel disenfranchised from the process. I think we have parents who feel like they haven't had an opportunity. And so it's really important for that to happen. And I don't know, the SAG is a board committee, and if we are talking about a system-wide change, I do think making sure that they are brought up to speed on why this is happening, what all the reasoning is, and they have an opportunity to have an authentic conversation is really important.
Okay. And in the interest, we're way over, but I know we have some limited public comment. So if we can, we'll move on to item number 7 tonight, which is public comment. Purpose of public comment is to balance ability to hear diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout the district while allowing our Board of Education to conduct business in an orderly and efficient manner. Time has been adjusted to allow all speakers the opportunity to speak. There will be 3 minutes allotted for each speaker this evening. When speaking, please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests and staff in the room. To respect free speech, please do not interrupt speakers while they are at the podium providing comments. You will have a 15-second warning for Mr. Blair prior to the end of your time so you can wrap up your comments. When your time is up, please leave the podium. If the audience wants to react between speakers, feel free to do so while being respectful and honoring the next speaker's time to speak. However, please do not engage speakers and other audience members in a disruptive manner. We have the first 3 speakers tonight will be Jamie Hull, Kimberly Race, followed by Lisa Doak. Is Ms. Hull here?
Hi, my name is Shanette Houle. My peers know me as Jamie. I'm a former student of Thunder Ridge High School located in Highlands Ranch for my freshman year, and I am now a junior at Castleview High School. I'm here to speak about the schedule changes that may be put into action next year. And even though most, if not all other schools in DCSD have the new implemented schedule, the opportunities available at Castleview greatly outweigh opportunities other commonly known high schools in our district because of the slight number increase in earning credits, the school extracurriculars population, and the large percentage of students that have lettered for at least 1 year of high school. Going into my sophomore year, I had a 2.6 GPA. If you look at my transcript, I ended up failing 3 classes my 2020 to 2021 year. For the new pressure on top of my mental health was through the roof. Even with failing these classes, I'm not required to take summer school because of the extra credits I can get from Castleview, and this has made my recovery very stress-free. However, if the changes are followed through with, I will be missing a few credits. This leads me to another point that getting credits on the transcript to move around is very difficult, and for a lot of other students, it is also difficult. I haven't had much luck with the counselor since March of this year, and I've been trying to get my credits organized for graduation. And the main idea behind this is, though, is to exploit the importance of a student's ability to recover that may have been lost. The next thing I'd like to address is about the opportunity to participate in extracurricular activities. And right off the bat, you can tell that our school spirit at Castleview is pretty high. And while attending football games, our team has significantly more players than other teams. And I believe this is because of the smaller number of classes to focus on. It greatly reduces the stress factor, and consequently, more people will want to be able to participate. And that goes for me too, as I joined marching band this year, and I didn't think I would ever get back into that after my freshman year. And my last point before my side of the story regards lettering. From personal experience, I strongly believe that mental health is crucial for students' ability to earn a letterman. Over the summer of 2021, before my sophomore year, my parents divorced, and it was a very hard process to go through, and that's also the reason why I'm in Castle Rock now, because I had to move away from Highlands Ranch. Even though the ups and downs of the emotional roller coaster, I was able to receive my letterman of a 4.0 GPA my sophomore year. I felt very proud of myself as my sophomore year came to an end, and I never want to let myself down again. Coming to Castleview High School was such a unique experience regarding our schedule, and I know there will be students who will go through the same thing as me if the schedule change follows through. As many kids will have plummeting mental health no matter how good the counselors are because they don't reach out. I was the same way. Thinking about a student's well-being should ultimately be more important than whatever is being planned, because I see more people thriving in the halls of Castleview than the halls of Thunder Ridge. Also, as a junior, I just feel like there wasn't enough time for us to give notice about this, especially since next year I had it planned, and now I will have to either take another year of high school or do summer school, which really I try my best to support myself over summer, and if it could be pushed back, that would just mean a lot, especially since just like a lot of juniors at our school just don't know what to do with the new schedule change, especially when they're having a hard time recovering. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Howell. Kimberly Race, Lisa Doak, followed by Sally Collins.
My name is Kim Race. I have taught for 27 years and have spent the last 10 years at Castleview High School. Thank you for giving me the time and opportunity to share my thoughts with you. I am speaking to you because I am devastated that the teachers and students of Castleview High School are losing a bell schedule that has promoted the vision and mission of the school for 16 years. When the decision to abolish the CV bell schedule was announced, the students and staff were completely caught off guard. I have since learned about the timeline and process of how this decision was made. According to DCSD documents, a group of 45 high school principals, assistant principals, and counselors worked to find a common bell schedule for all Douglas County high schools. Since no teachers and no students were part of that group, I am here today to represent the voice of those teachers and students, the ones that will be most impacted by this change. Part of the culture of Castleview High School is the belief that all students can learn at high levels, regardless of tracking in elementary and middle school, regardless of success and challenges, regardless of the feeder school. All students get a clean slate when they walk in the doors of CV. On our current schedule, every student has the opportunity to access AP and concurrent enrollment classes, not just gifted or higher level students. Not only will the new schedule limit student access to these higher level classes, I worry we will lose our full inclusion model that supports the success of all students at every ability level. One of my sophomore students came to me yesterday because she was concerned about the impact of the new bell schedule on her 4-year plan. Because she will no longer be able to complete all of her classes in the semester, she has to choose to whether to take AP Statistics or French 3 next year. She can't take both over the course of a year and still reach her goal of getting to Calculus 3 and AP French. At one of the parent nights, we were told that Castleview does not offer enough higher level classes, and this new schedule will solve that problem. This year, we have 700 students doubling up in mathematics. The CV Math Department alone offers 13 sections of higher level math, which include 2 levels of AP Calculus, AP Statistics, and 2 levels of ACC Concurrent Enrollment. Maintaining this level of rigor and inclusion will be difficult at best with the new schedule. Changing the bell schedule at Castleview High School is tragic for our students. Many will lose equitable access to educational programming. This leaves me with a heavy heart that our students will suffer greatly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Race. Next will be Lisa Doak, Sally Collins, followed by Aiden Riley.
Hi, my name is Lisa Doak. I am in my 30th year in education, 10 years at Castleview. And I had a choice when I went to Castleview. And I chose it because it was steeped in research based on what is best, truly best for kids, and that's unheard of. It's typically what's best for programming and other things. And so one of the biggest things was their bell schedule. There are many other things, but I don't have the time to speak about all of them. That bell schedule, though, I've been told it's just a bell schedule. We can put them in different bins. Whatever works is fine there. It's more than that. And my concern, obviously, is that what's next then? Are we going to have unified curriculum? Are we losing humanities? Are we losing academies? Our advisement model, we are losing. I will no longer be able to lay eyes on my advisement kids every day. That's a mental health thing. That is a massive, to me, the model that we talked about, the district initiatives, mental health is at the top. That is not matching that in my accord. I have many students and that's just my teacher hat, my student hat now. I have so many kids that couldn't be here because tonight is Powder Puff. It's homecoming. And they're doing what kids should do because I'm going to be here in place to advocate for them. And over again, they are unified in things. And I'm going to give you an example of Arlo Meringue, who could not be here. She's actually at a job interview. She is a senior, but she said, please talk to them. I came from Columbine High School with that exact schedule, and it was terrible. I felt like I could never get on top of anything. I had so many classes. I have 4 here to focus on, and I was able to get enough credits to allow me to do the CTE program for cosmetology. She said, I would not have been able to do that cosmetology program if the schedules change. No kids after will be able to do that because we now have to meet on Friday every day, and I'm gonna miss, any of those kids would miss their Friday classes. It is not possible on that schedule, but I'm doing it now on Castleview's schedule, so why is this being changed? She said definitely the stress and the mental health issues that she dealt with because of that were dramatic. It was hard on them versus focusing, the ability to focus on 4 classes. Another student, Audrey, who's in Calculus 3, said, I am so sad and I feel like I have to say something because kids will no longer have these opportunities because they won't be allowed to be
15 seconds remaining.
to double up in that way. And so countless other stories, but the bottom line is if we are a district that's about choice, which I believed we were, why are we not given a choice? Why are kids not given a choice? And why were no teachers and students involved in this decision?
Thank you, Ms. Stoke. Sandy Collins, Aiden Riley, followed by Linnea Oldham.
Hello, my name is Sally Collins. I'm a teacher at Castleview High School. I've been teaching for 37 years, and I've been at Castleview since it opened. One of the rationales that was given for the new schedule was to provide financial sustainability, the ability to share resources, primarily staffing in the midst of a teacher shortage. That was mentioned earlier tonight. I think an equally important question, though, would be what would be the cost to actually move CV off of the 4x4 block schedule to the unified schedule. So quickly, in a 4x4 schedule, all teachers teach 6 classes in the course of a year, plus they have their advisement. In the new schedule, all teachers will be teaching 5 classes plus their advisement. So what does that mean? That means this year we currently offer 511 different classes, 511 sections. We have 85 teachers. 511 divided by 85 is 6 sections per teacher. If we go to 5, we offer the exact same sections next year, exact same programming, nothing new. That's 103 teachers. That's a difference of 17. We have 17 full-time teachers that we will need to hire in order to offer the exact same programming next year that we have this year. At an average salary of $58,000, which was mentioned earlier tonight, that's $986,000 that would need to be invested in order for us to have the same programming for next year. There are many hidden costs as well. Textbooks. We only have to have half the number of textbooks because half of our kids take the classes in the fall, half take them in the spring. So for math, for example, we have 17 sections of Math 3. We have 9 in the fall, we have 8 in the spring. We only have to have books for 9 classes. But in our new unified schedule, we will have all 17 of those sections going at the same time. We will have to double the number of textbooks that we currently have on staff. So that means 37 additional sections at 28 students per section. That's 1,036 books. At $109 per book, that's another $112,924 just for math textbooks alone. That brings our total to $1,098,924. That doesn't include resources, novels, textbooks, cameras for our photography. We have 11 sections of photography. Every kid has a camera that's checked out to them. Those 11 sections are split over 2 different, the fall and the spring. But now the photography teacher will need to purchase 60 additional cameras at $600 each for another $36,000, just so every kid can have access to a camera. $1,134,924, just to offer the exact same programming next year that we offer this year. Thank you.
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Aiden Riley, Linnea Oldham, followed by Matt Cassidy.
Hi, Aiden Riley, junior at Castleview High School. Just to start off, that motto right there, learn today, lead tomorrow. A characteristic of a leader is to be inclusive and to take feedback. It was stated that students were not inclusive about this process of changing it. Their feedback was heard, but that survey that was sent out to students was pretty much asking, what can we keep from our current schedule to move over, instead of asking, do we want this to happen? Do we want this to better our students? Castleview High School is unique with its humanities offering to underclassmen, freshmen, and sophomores. Humanities is English and social studies combined, where you learn at the same pace. With this schedule change, if that happens, that will be erased, and that was one of my favorite parts of being an underclassman. You have this big class where you can learn all at once that ties into everything. Another thing, if kids are required to go to this legacy campus, which recently opened, how will people be getting there? We know we have a bus driver shortage. We know parents can't take them there. That'll be an extra cost to that. Another thing is, you guys, Superintendent Kane and Danny Windsor, you guys said we're doing this for the students. Is this really for the students if you don't want to listen to their feedback? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Linnea Oldham, followed by Matt Cassidy, followed by Brad Geiger.
Good evening. So I had a big, long speech written out that I was just going to read, but I can't do any better than these kids have done and what's been spoken already. So I'm going to go into, I saw you crying, and I saw many of you guys upset earlier about miscommunication, about things that aren't being heard about students, and that's what's happened. Parents were not informed until much later. Danny mentioned, and I have utmost respect for him because he was one of the few people who responded to my emails. And Ms. Myers, thank you. You heard him earlier say this has been going on for 1.5 years, and we found out about, 6 weeks ago. They're also expecting, it's been going on for 1.5 years, and my son, who happens to be on a 504, is freaking out, stressed out, wants to now be homeschooled sometimes, but he's freaking out because he's on a 504 and he doesn't know how he's going to complete his high school credits. He doesn't know how he's going to do homework for 7 classes versus the 4 that he's in that he can focus on now. One of his teachers is actually in the audience, and I think he would attest to the fact that some kids need this 4x4 block schedule because they can focus. That's the issue. That's why we picked CV, was because my son could focus. I'm shaking and I'm so sorry. Again, I can't say anything that hasn't been said because one of the things that this past few years have been really marred with uncertainty for our students, with mental health anguish, the COVID, the loss of fellow students right before the school year started, a new principal, among other things. The district has not taken into consideration yet another major change, especially for the kids who are going to be seniors next year, who just want one normal year of high school. One. That's all they've asked for. That's what I keep hearing from many, many, many juniors. The other big thing, I'm probably running out of time and I'm still shaking and I'm all out discombobulated. The other big thing is the buses. I understand that there's no transportation yet for the CTE. We talk about kids going to other schools. We talk about kids being transported down to the Lincoln campus. I have sat in front of Castleview High School at 2:54 right before the bell rings when they say, bus number 253 has been canceled. Find a ride home. Tell me how you're going to get students to Lincoln when you can't even get them home from school. And until that is in place, there's not a parent out there who's going to agree with that. This is a good change. We need to wait at least a year. We need to give it proper programming. Teachers want time to adapt to the new plan. There was an AP teacher who has no idea how she'll be able to even teach her class on this new schedule. And we're being told that the kids have to register for classes in January. They don't even know what classes they can take. You have 1,500 students that
15
have to meet
seconds
with their
remaining.
counselors over the next month with fall break and Christmas break to get their schedule set for the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oldham. Matt Cassidy, Brad Geiger, followed by David Dole.
Good evening, directors. My name is Matt Cassidy, and I'm a volunteer with FAIR, the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism. There have been many references to FAIR at these board meetings, both by board directors and public commenters. Most often, it seems speakers simply mention FAIR in hopes that the listener will infer our wicked ways. One commenter did call us a nefarious cult, which I thought was funny. We almost had some shirts made about that. But I'm here tonight to defend an organization whose mission I believe in wholeheartedly and with which I hope DCSD will consider partnering to pursue its stated mission to provide an educational foundation that allows each student to reach his or her individual potential. During the last board meeting, Director Meek referenced a FAIR representative being at a retreat with 4 new board members before they were sworn in and providing them with a binder. I can unequivocally state that no FAIR representative attended that retreat, but I'll also say that Director Meek's implication that there would have been anything wrong with that was misplaced. And I hope some FAIR material actually did find its way into those binders. I'm proud of FAIR's mission to advance the civil rights and liberties for all Americans and promote a common culture based on fairness, understanding, and humanity. One of the most prominent members of the organization is Dr. Daryl Davis, a Black musician who's, through caring, thoughtful conversation aimed at finding common humanity, convinced dozens of KKK leaders to leave the Klan and become his friends. The 3 faces that grace FAIR's website are those of civil rights heroes Martin Luther King Jr., Frederick Douglass, and Abraham Lincoln. FAIR's board of advisors includes conservatives like Glenn Loury, liberals like Coleman Hughes, Christians like Dr. Davis, Jews and lesbians like Barry Weiss, Muslims like Shadi Hamid, atheists like Steven Pinker, gay men like Andrew Sullivan, and straight women like Ayan Hirsi Ali. These people understand that while they have many differences, the differences don't warrant any special consideration or condemnation. Instead, they focus on their desire to find common ground in the belief that any one of them can succeed, not based on their immutable traits, but because of their individual actions and ideas. That desire for common ground explains why it was a FAIR leader who first exposed the divisive training foisted upon our teachers by the Gemini Group in April of 2021. You all recall that training encouraged teachers to divide their students into groups of oppressors and victims. Video of that training, not the national narrative, was the basis for public, particularly parental outrage that ignited in DCSD last year. It wasn't FAIR that divided our community or brought activists in from out of town. We just shined a light on those who had. I'm so grateful that the divisive ideology of that training was rejected and was even more gratified to hear the entire board reaffirm earlier tonight that it has no place in the district. It was our FAIR community who sought to steer this district away from division and toward the uniting principle of academic excellence for each individual student, and we're still here doing the same thing. We welcome any opportunity to partner with you and be a mouthpiece for the notion that this ideology has been rejected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. Brad Geiger, David Dole, followed by Jennifer Iverson. Mr. Geiger.
Thank you very much. As always, it's a pleasure to speak to you, and fortunately for you, I'm not here to lecture you anymore. You've all done the right thing. You've put 5A and 5B on the ballot, and now we're in the push to get it done. I'm here today to ask those watching and those here to put in those last few valiant efforts to try to push this over the end. I want to tell you a story. My neighborhood has that house who everybody knows their politics. Every time there's an election, their signs go up the day they're allowed by the homeowners association. I don't know the family, but I know who they vote for, and they're conservatives, and they should be, and they have that right. They have 3 signs up, 1 for a Republican candidate and 2 for 5A and 5B. There is a level of skepticism, almost cynicism, about whether or not this county can pass 5A and 5B. But if we have gotten through to that house, then we can get through to anybody. I understand the concern about the flat out, I can say it, lies that were passed in the Blue Book, okay? It's frustrating to me, but I also found it somewhat helpful because there's no sign of organized hostility. We have the standard people who don't like public schools. We have the standard anti-teacher cranks. But when we go out in the community, there's no organized opposition. Our enemy is not people who oppose taxes. Politicians in this county who in the past have stood on street corners to oppose school taxes are not out there. Because of the work of this board, because of the work of the people who support it, those people have decided to either stand silent or, even more impressively, financial conservatives have understood that this is the right bill, this is the right ballot initiative for the right reasons. And so now it's up to those of us who have always supported this to stand up. I urge parents and I urge teachers, and I understand. Teachers have been through too much. They have worked too hard. And to ask them to support this is probably a lot. But please, pick up, we've got the palm cards. I'll be out, put them on doors. And so if you see me on the streets this week, or you see dozens of other people doing it, promote it. I got 1,000 of them on the public street out here. If you want some now, come get them tonight. Now is the time for teachers and parents and those of us who care to pick up the palm cards at your schools, to go on social media, to tell the people that you know that this is the right thing to do for the district and for the county. It is a financially responsible, financially intelligent, and financially reasonable way to support the kids that will be our future. And I urge everyone, but particularly those of us who care, to reach out those who don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geiger. David Dole, Jennifer Iverson, followed by Christian Phelps.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. First, I want to apologize for not being present when my name was called last meeting, but I became ill and could not attend. I recently finished reading A Long Way Gone by Ishmael Bea. It's a book that is being challenged with the intent to ban it in our school district. The book is a haunting firsthand account of the author's life as a 12-year-old boy trapped in a civil war in Sierra Leone. It's true the book contains some disturbing accounts of violence, but these accounts are never gratuitous. Instead, the accounts accurately depict the human consequences of war. They are just a firsthand account of what this boy went through. The book is sometimes uncomfortable to read, but uncomfortable is not the same thing as harmful. Uncomfortable is where lifelong lessons are learned. In my opinion, A Long Way Gone has many valuable lessons to teach, as a cautionary tale against war, as a story of resilience and redemption, and also as a story promoting awareness of current victims of war across the globe, in particular child victims of war. We hope our children will never witness a civil war firsthand, but even a little understanding of the experience can help them become more attuned and humane citizens. I ask you each to read A Long Way Gone for yourselves to determine the value, or at least read the praise for it in the beginning pages. However, there's another principle at play here, and I speak now to the 4 newest members of the board. You were elected largely on a parent choice sentiment. My child, my choice indicated that each parent should have the choice about how to protect their child. The same principle applies here. One parent may wish to protect their child by preventing them from reading this book, and another parent may wish to prevent their child from being ignorant of the events in the book. Neither parent should make the choice for every parent and student in the district. Fortunately, our current system provides both choices. Each parent can choose to opt in or opt out for their own child. What's now under consideration is removing one of those choices for all parents, something counter to the board's track record of promoting choice. Please don't be the board that removes freedoms. Please don't turn some parents' choice for protection into a district mandate. Please keep the current status, which allows both choices, and do not ban A Long Way Gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dole. Jennifer Iverson, Christian Phelps, and then we will move into online commenters, starting with Jenny Brady. Ms. Iverson.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Kane, and the cabinet. The special education presentation is this evening. I am very hopeful that the end statements mentioned in the beginning slide will come to fruition. All students should have equitable access to a school that promotes growth in their cognitive, physical, social, and emotional needs and build on their strengths. The trick will be how the district gets to that goal. As mentioned before, it would be helpful for the community to get specific evidence-based updates on the progress of these goals. Please plan on an update in March or April. Slide 10 contains the CDE's evaluation of DCSD's compliance with the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. 7 compliance indicators were reviewed, and DCSD met all those requirements. This is a bit confusing because there are typically 14 compliance indicators that are reviewed, and the United States Department of Education rated the state of Colorado as a needs assistance designation for the past 3 consecutive years. Getting a positive review from an agency who hasn't received one themselves needs further investigation. In the slides presented, there are some good starting points to bring solutions to the struggles students in special education experience. I'd like to add one. Oftentimes, when a student has been failed, the district offers compensatory services and/or a settlement. This offer often ends in a non-disclosure agreement, an NDA, pushed on families by district lawyers. Not only does this shut parents up, it also makes certain that the circumstances experienced by that specific student will not get resolved because the people involved can't talk about it. NDAs provide a legal way to avoid glaring wrongs in the school system, therefore never solving the problem and perpetuating the injustice. Unless a family requests one, NDAs should not be a part of the path moving forward. This past July, a workday posting for a dyslexia specialist was released. There were good applicants and interviews are completed. Why hasn't someone been announced as the first DCSD dyslexia specialist yet? It's been months. The recent independent evaluation of the implementation of the READ Act, which was passed 10 years ago,
15 seconds remaining.
is dismal. 98% of students identified with a significant reading disability did not meet or exceed expectations per CMAS data. DCSD needs this position filled now. And if 5A and 5B does not pass, it is our students with disabilities and struggling readers who will pay the price. Please vote yes.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Next will be Christian Phelps, then online, Jenny Brady, followed by Tiffany Baker. Ms. Phelps.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Kane, Christian Phelps, community member and parent alumni for DCSD. My concern still rests with the push for a unified school schedule. I had a whole presentation, I had what I wanted to say, but I want to thank David Ray for bringing up my questions and points to the letter that I presented all of you. Because I feel, as you've heard from students and heard from some teachers, we have a real passion and concern for the bell schedule change at Castleview High School. I want to just, a few points I just want to end with, because I think I said everything in the letter that I needed to say. And I also want to commend Danny Windsor for the work that the committee has done. I just strongly feel that process has been overlooked, and that stakeholders do feel that we're not against the change, but that we are really focusing, or I guess the charge would be to pause, let us go back and gather the stakeholder feedback, hear from our teachers, hear from our schools, and really even assess if we do get busing and we know what the schedule is, can we actually keep the current schedule that we have? We have flexibility in a 4-block. We can move advisement around if we need it. There can be adjustments made with our current bell schedule to probably accommodate a transportation schedule if we get it. And then secondly, I think our parents, if we had busing and we knew we couldn't get our kids there because of our 4-block schedule, our community would be all about doing what's equitable for kids and getting kids there. We're not saying no, we're just saying pause. These juniors need another year. Loud and clear that I heard in 2 of the community information sessions was please pause. We want 1 more year of consistency. COVID, after 2 years, took this, mental health to a whole nother level. I go back to and saying that our SACs, there's a state mandate for our SACs for a reason, and that was, I feel, for Castleview overlooked. The fact that information did go out and this committee was working on it for as long as they had, our SAC should have been an agenda topic last
15
year
seconds
to
remaining.
get the appropriate information needed from our stakeholders. I'm just saying if there was anything else that I missed. One more thing, the block schedule does save money, and I think our math teachers spoke on that, but one reason we've have the block and kept the block was for, it saved the most money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phelps. Mr. Blair, do we have Jenny Brady online?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
we can go ahead, and it'll be Jenny Brady, Tiffany Baker, followed by Lucy Squire. Go ahead, Ms. Brady.
I am online to talk about the MLO bond, which I will now refer to as a new tax. Taxing during a recession is a very bad idea. In my opinion, I have, because of the Biden economy, skyrocketing inflation and price increases, I have personally had to go out and get 2 extra part-time jobs to make up for it. And those that call this a minimal tax per household, that is very elitist and condescending, and you don't know everybody's financial situation. I've made it known that if you want to Venmo or pay me cash to help pay for my taxes, because this is so minimal, I'm happy to provide that information. I'm also wondering if this has been discussed with seniors and retirees with fixed incomes. With skyrocketing inflation, I just don't know how you're going to sell a new tax to this population. My second point is the conversation around being competitive with Cherry Creek. As Director Meek said earlier this week on her Zoom call that she provided to the community, that we are competitive with our benefits. So it is not only salary, but benefits. And if you want to inject capitalism, or competition into the market, then I think we should introduce a lot of other competitive measures like pay for performance. How do we get the best teachers and how do we keep the best teachers? And if Cherry Creek paid their teachers $50,000 more a year than we did, would we do the same thing? And finally, where is the union on this? If there are any teachers listening, you really need to question, why is the union not out and active and supporting the teachers and getting a raise? And I'll tell you, it is because they want this to fail, and the union wants to come into Douglas County to take more of teachers' money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brady. Next will be Tiffany Baker, followed by Lucy Squire. Do we have Ms. Baker online?
Yes.
Okay, go
We
ahead.
need directors Peterson, Williams, Myers, and Weinegar to clearly publicly state that woke ideology, indoctrination is not in DCSD curriculum. In the Douglas County Voter Guide, there is a section in there about the MLO bond measure. In the summary of written comments against ballot issue number 5B, the bond, is a statement on page 25 that reads, while DCSD has many amazing teachers, parents are concerned about woke ideology, indoctrination in the curriculum. The misinformation campaign that got the board majority elected is now coming back to harm the MLO and bond. All 4 partisan conservative school board directors received training a binder during the November retreat in Estes Park from a representative of FAIR Douglas County chapter. FAIR was originally branded as Woke Busters Douglas County. Woke and indoctrination is typical language used with the FAIR organization. Additionally, the Kids First campaign did $85,000 in business with PIN Network, where Joe Altman, founder and CEO of FEC United, is listed as the key principal. During the 2021 school board campaign, Joe Altman made an online video where he said, "What I care about is that you have people on your school board that are trying to train and indoctrinate your children. They're not trying to teach your children anything. The people that are on these school boards currently in Douglas County and Cherry Creek School District, they are radical leftists. That's what they are. They don't care about your children. They don't care about making sure that they create a safe environment for your children. They want you to use your children as pawns. They did the same thing in Nazi Germany that they're doing today. And you expect that somewhere along the line, when they use the phrase unity, they've already told you that when they tell you one thing, that their exact thing they're fighting against. They are the fascists, they are the liars, they are the pedophiles, they are the terrible people that are representing our community. They are not good people." Quotes from Mike Peterson and Becky Myers. Mike Peterson, "We need more curriculum transparency. The more we communicate to our parents, let them know what's going on and promote critical thinking and how to think and not what to think. They will know, they will trust, and they will see we're doing education in the classroom and not indoctrination." Becky Myers, in a FEC United School Board candidate survey, "They are questioning what's being taught in the classroom, challenging teachers who are pushing a political indoctrination." Mike Peterson, again, on the FAIR Douglas County page, "Our parents don't want leftist indoctrination. They want education." Okay, so ballots in Douglas County will start being mailed a week from now, and language like woke and indoctrination do not inspire trust regardless of a person's politics. It's fear-mongering and disrespectful to educators. It takes more than money to retain quality staff.
15
Start
seconds
building trust
remaining.
with respect and make it absolutely clear that woke ideology, indoctrination does not exist in DCSD curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Lucy Squire will be next. Is she online, Mr. Blair? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Squire.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Good. First, thank you for still allowing remote public comments, because with conferences this week, I was not able to make it to the meeting in person. I'm also speaking to the voting community tonight more than the board. My name is Lucy Squire, and I've been an elementary teacher in this district for 18 years, the entirety of my teaching career. I've worked under 6 superintendents and many school board members. Some boards and board members have been heavily supportive of students and staff in the district as a whole, while others followed a different agenda that did not scream of supporting the district and those working, teaching, and learning within the district. As we stand, we do have a split board in ideas, opinions, and in how to support students and staff. Regardless of the differences and beliefs of this current board, I believe it speaks volumes that this board voted unanimously in favor of putting a bond and mill levy override on the ballot. Volumes. I mention all of this because board members and superintendents turn over, but students and staff remain the constant pulse of any school district. As a teacher in the district, I've been through the heartache of watching bonds and MLOs fail. The elation in the 2018 election when both the bond and MLO was passed was electric. And we have seen how these successful initiatives have improved our buildings, supported students, and have helped to close the pay gap of our teachers and certified staff members compared to our neighboring districts. The monetary damage the 2011 school board created with their failed pay bans is slowly being addressed because our voters understood the need to pass the MLO in 2018. However, we need additional funding provided by the voters once again. Put simply, a mill levy is about students and staff, all staff. While we have benefited from the 2018 MLO that passed, all Douglas County employees deserve to be paid what they're worth. Currently, many classified employees make less than Target and Starbucks employees. These are important people who support our students every day. We need to stay competitive with our neighboring districts and pay a living wage for all employee groups. Voting in favor of this MLO will certainly help. I ask our voting community to set aside emotions and feelings and politics and vote for our students and all of our staff members. Our kids deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Squire. And then the last we have for this evening is from Mayor Millay of Lone Tree, who could not attend tonight, but she did ask me to read something into the record for public comment. Dear Douglas County School District Board of Education, at the October 4, 2022 City of Lone Tree City Council meeting, City Council unanimously passed a resolution supporting 5A and 5B, the Douglas County School District Bond and MLO ballot initiatives. City Council and I understand the immense need our schools face and the communal good that can be achieved by coming together in support of additional local funding. Lone Tree City Council and city staff appreciated the very thorough and thoughtful presentation from Superintendent Kane at the September 6, 2022 City Council meeting detailing the need for additional funding. Superintendent Kane, along with DCSD Board of Education President Mike Peterson and our local school leaders, Mindy Persikina and Doug Humphreys, made a compelling case as to why a yes vote on these two initiatives are in the best interest of our students, DCSD teachers, and employees who live and recreate in the city of Lone Tree and our community. As Council Member Maria Harmon said the evening we passed the resolution, we support these initiatives for our education, for teacher pay, school needs, school locations, home values, and more. But most importantly, we support local funding because this is an investment in our future. I would like to echo that sentiment, and we are proud to support the children that will one day be the leaders in our communities. We know children are the greatest asset of any community, and this is why the City of Lone Tree City Council is proud to support Douglas County School District in their efforts to build the best possible learning environment for our students. Signed, sincerely, Jacqueline Millay, Mayor, City of Lone Tree. With that, we have an end to public comment. We are right back on time, and we will take a 15-minute recess and start back at 10 after 7. Consent agenda, and we have one item on consent agenda, notice of withdrawal from Remsel Rocky Mountain School of Expeditionary Learning, IGA, effective June 30th. Do we have any motions concerning the consent agenda?
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Motion by Ray,
Second.
second by Meek. Call the roll. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed by a motion of 7-0. Moving on to item number 11, approval of minutes. The recommendation is the Board of Education approve the board minutes as presented. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve the minutes?
Second.
Meek, and second by Ray. Director Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
7-0. Moving to item number 12. In the study action item section, we are now to resolution in support of the mill levy override and bond. We've allotted 10 minutes for this discussion and a vote. I will now open up any questions or statements around the resolution which is attached to this item. Director Meek.
Sure. So I like the idea of looking at our resolution. I don't have an idea right now to propose, but I did want to share some exciting news. I think you heard earlier, I've hosted a couple of different Zoom calls, so anyone can dial in and I answer questions, walk through the slides kind of quickly. The second call that I held last night, I only had one attendee, but it turned out to be the chair of the Douglas County Democratic Party. And they were meeting later that evening, the executive committee, and I'm proud to say they voted unanimously to support 5A and 5B. I attended their meeting last night virtually and answered their questions and received an email late last night that they voted unanimously to endorse the passage of the measures. So we can add that to our endorsement list.
Okay, thank you, Director Meek. Other directors with comments, questions regarding the resolution? Director Ray?
So I have some suggestions for words in our resolution that I'd like to throw out. Resolution, the third whereas statement, I think is missing a verb. So I'm going to start there, but then I'm going to also recommend that whereas statement be revised. But it says, whereas a high-quality school system which requires high-quality teachers and staff, as well as high-quality educational facilities in the best interest of our students, family, staff, and community, and so it really isn't a statement without the is. So I'm recommending that there be an is inserted after facilities. But the other thing that in that statement, it feels a little bit impersonal. It feels like it's talking about somebody else's high-quality system. So I would recommend, as opposed to just trying to make a factual statement about a high-quality school system, that we also add or revise the language to say which attracts and adequately compensates high-quality teachers and staff, as well as provides high-quality educational facilities, is in the best interest of our students, families, staff, and community. I think the statement right now just says which requires, and I'm not sure that's the spirit of what I think ought to be there. I think we need to really say that this is about, as we've heard tonight, retaining and attracting and adequately compensating. So I would just suggest that revision. The other revision.
Could I interrupt really quickly?
I'm sorry.
Could I get me again? Can't process without seeing it or hearing it twice.
Yeah, my
Will you
apologies.
just reread the entire statement from whereas
Absolutely.
in its entirety? Thank you.
And I refrain from changing high quality because we have a lot of high quality words in this statement, but overused. But I'll refrain from changing that. So this is what I think it should say. Whereas a high-quality school system which attracts and adequately compensates high-quality teachers and staffs, as well as provides high-quality educational facilities, is in the best interest of our students, families, staff, and community.
Thank you.
Sure. And then, and I don't know if we want to discuss, I've had probably about 3 or 4 inserts that I would like to recommend, Director Peterson, that I think are maybe missing from the resolution that I'd like to suggest. So I don't know if you want to discuss each one or if you want me to pause and.
Yeah, let's discuss each one just in case there's, and that way we can handle them one at a time. I have nothing on that. I believe as one director, I think that those are all good suggestions for whereas statement number 3. Okay?
Very good.
All right, next.
So the next thing, I think this really comes from all of us feeling appalled that there's suggestion that we're indoctrinating students with a woke curriculums. But I think what we need to do is talk about in here, what does our curriculum do? And so this is the statement I would suggest. Whereas,
just quickly, is this a addition?
It's an addition, and I would put it right underneath the one I just revised.
Okay, thank you.
Whereas Douglas County School District has a proven history of providing students with a rigorous and relevant educational experience with consistently positive achievement results. I'll read that again, sorry. Where Douglas County School District has a proven history of providing students with a rigorous and relevant educational experience with continuously positive achievement results. I think that captures our conversation tonight about how incredible it is that our kids are achieving at a much higher level than the state, and in spite of the COVID crisis, they still are achieving. But I also think it speaks to our educational experience. We do not have this liberty just to indoctrinate children with whatever we feel like is something they should be indoctrinated with. We have rigor and relevancy in our curriculum. And as was stated, I think by Superintendent Kane, we align with the Colorado academic standards. In addition, I think Douglas County does education better than anyone when you look at the richness, the engagement, and again, the rigor and relevancy. So again, I'll read it one more time. Whereas Douglas County has a proven history of providing students with a rigorous and relevant educational experience with continuously positive achievement results. Okay. I just think again, references, and I have another reference to students because I read this and was like, where's the kids in this? I don't see kids.
Sorry. Before we move on, any director comments on what I will now call whereas 3A, the insertion? Director Meek.
Yeah, I guess I just have one reaction. Continuously positive achievement results. I just know we saw a huge dip in our achievement results around the 2017 timeframe. When I say huge dip, we became less competitive with those districts that we compare ourselves against. So, I'm sorry. 2016, I might be off, yeah. I have a chart and I'll show it later. So I'm just not 100% sure continuously positive. I mean, over the past 5 years, I think we've seen continuous improvements. I think we actually just achieved our competitiveness that we lost in 2009-ish timeframe when things started changing. But I don't know if there's a better word or a better way to phrase that.
I would be willing to remove continuously since I choke over it every time I read it, and just with positive achievement results and just leave it more generic so that way it really applies to, as you said, Director Meek, the recent trend over the last 3 years. But I think it applies to that and doesn't really qualify it as continual.
Other directors, thoughts, comments? I agree with that altercation of 3A.
And then under 4.5, so this will be 5A, Director Peterson, I think. Again, wanting to insert something about our children in this resolution. And my statement recommendation would be, whereas Douglas County School District believes that children in Douglas County should receive equal investment in their education as neighborhood districts. Let me read that again. And I'm putting this right underneath the statement about how we receive less MLO. But I think we need to emphasize that we have children across the border from us that are being invested in at a far greater investment than our own kids. So
Could I offer a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Neighboring, I think, is the word there.
I wrote that down. I may have not said it.
Oh, okay.
So let me read it again. Whereas Douglas County School District believes that children in Douglas County should receive equal financial investment in their education as neighboring school districts.
Thoughts, comments? I have one that maybe students instead of children, but other than that, and I know we're getting into the real nitpicking and.
Students is fine with me.
Okay, Director Meek.
So that would be a new whereas.
Yes,
That
ma'am.
would be inserted after the one that starts with the schools of Douglas County School District receive substantially less local MLO. Yeah, I like that because I don't know if people, I was concerned with that statement I just read and that it feels like someone is giving us less for MLO, but really we have not chosen to invest in our students as our neighboring districts have. And so I think that one helps clarify that a little bit. And I don't know if we need to tweak that one, but I think with that addition, I'm comfortable.
Okay, any others? I'm sorry, other comments?
Sure. Whereas Douglas County School District believes that students in Douglas County should receive equal financial investment in their education as neighboring school districts.
I think we should say deserves instead of should receive, because if we're talking exact numbers, they won't receive exactly the same. So maybe deserves is more accurate.
I'm
Does that
open to
make
that.
Okay.
Let me read it one more time with that
One
insert.
more time with the suggested change by Director Weininger.
All right. Whereas Douglas County School District believes that students in Douglas County deserve equal financial investment in their education as neighboring school districts.
Okay, we're seeing nods all up and down the dais. We'll call that 5A.
And then the last whereas is right before the now therefore be it resolved statement. I think we really need to capture how incredible it is that we have so many organizations and entities that have come out and endorsed both the bond and the MLO. So what I stated, and I'm again open for revisions, whereas all board committees, the Equity Advisory Council, and multiple government agencies and community organizations have formally endorsed the passage of 5A and 5B. I almost listed them all, but I know we have a couple that we're still waiting on, but I thought that might capture everything, so.
Just to let you know, I just got a text that the last municipality, the city of Castle Pines, passed a resolution tonight.
That leaves us with, I believe, only Highlands Ranch Community Association taking it up at a later time. But they're literally coming in. It's like a telethon. They're coming in as we speak, so. Director Meek.
Are there no other outstanding pending statements? I didn't know if the Douglas County GOP might be endorsing or any other entities.
The only one that I know of that is outstanding after that update from Superintendent Kane is Highlands Ranch Community Association. And I'll take the time to read them out now so we have them as part of the official record. And a big thank you is Director Ray is adding here, and I think it's a good addition. We have had very wide-ranging support across the county, which is 2/3 the size of Rhode Island. And we've had I can't think of a municipality, metro district, town council, city council that has received the information and not believed that this is good. So the list in no particular order of organizations, towns, city councils, and mayors who passed resolutions, all slightly different with their wording, but all passed resolutions in support of both measures 5A and 5B include the Highlands Ranch Metro District, the Castle Rock Town Council, as read by earlier, the letter, Lone Tree City Council, the Larkspur Town Council, the Parker Chamber of Commerce, the Parker Town Council, the Rose Community Foundation, the United Way, the Douglas County Democratic Party, and just recently Castle Pines City Council, and we are expecting Highlands Ranch Community Association to meet and take up the recommendation here shortly. So that is an incredible list of our governments and partners across the county that have come out in support. So back to the resolution. Any questions? And that would be inserted as a final whereas statement just prior to the now therefore statement, correct?
Correct. And I heard a word that I'm actually revising as I listened to you, so I'll read it one more time. Whereas all board committees, the Equity Advisory Council, multiple governmental municipalities, and community organizations have formally endorsed the passage of 5A and 5B.
Any other director comments, questions on what we will call the final whereas insertion? Do any directors have any other than Director Ray, changes, questions, comments, or concerns with anything in the resolution whereas or the resolution itself? With that, I will entertain a motion from Director Ray, and I believe it will be as amended, and the amendments will be in total. The amendment as stated for whereas statement number 3, the insertion of whereas statement 3A as stated, the insertion of whereas statement 5A as stated, and the insertion of the final whereas statement as stated by Director Ray. Do you have a motion, Director Ray?
I make a motion that we adopt this resolution that shows support of our 2 initiatives, our mill levy override and bond ballot initiative, with the amended language referred to as 3A, 5A, and the whereas statement preceding now therefore be it resolved.
And friendly motion to also include the modification of the 3rd whereas statement as stated initially by you.
Thank you. And the friendly amendment accepted. Motion is stated.
Motion by Ray, second by Williams. I will now take the roll. Director Hansen.
Aye.
Director Meek.
Aye.
Director Myers.
Aye.
Director Peterson, aye. Director Ray.
Aye.
Director Williams.
Aye.
Director Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed as amended on a vote of 7-0. We now move into item number 13, Colorado Measures of Academic Success, also known as CMAS, data presentation. We have a 10-minute presentation followed by a 10-minute Q&A.
So I will be playing the role of Mr. Reynolds tonight because he is under the weather. He will be available online for questions, but I told him I would be happy to do the presentation for him. So we hope he feels better soon. Okay, so this is an overview of our state assessment data. And there we go. So just as a reminder, our state assessment consists English Language Arts is the state assessment for grades 3 through 8 in that subject area. There is a math assessment for grades 3 through 8, science in grades 5th, 8th, and 11th. PSAT is the official state assessment for grades 9 and 10, and then the SAT for grade 11. And just a little bit about the language. There's a slight language difference between the ELA and math language and the science and social studies language. So for ELA and math, it's exceeded expectations, met expectations, approached expectations, partially met expectations, and did not meet expectations. Science and social studies, the language is just a little bit different. Distinguished command, strong command, moderate command, and limited command. All right, so this is our 2022 language arts performance met and exceeded. So the percentage of students that met or exceeded, and this is Douglas County School District versus the state in grades 3 through 8. And again, this is English language arts. The lines that you see on the top represent participation. So the percent of students that actually participated in the test. And you can see that especially in the higher grades, Douglas County School District's participation falls lower than the state. You can also see that in all areas, Douglas County School District comfortably exceeded the results for the state of Colorado in English language arts. And this is the math, same graph for mathematics. So again, you can see grades 3 through 8, and you can see participation and the lines above. And again, that participation kind of drops off in middle school. And again, Douglas County School District well exceeded the state. Our CMAS tests are actually taken sometime in April, but the expectations are end of year expectations. So keep in mind that the test is actually taken 2 months before the end of the school year. So there's still a lot of instruction left. So when you see things like 39.6% of students, that's with 2 months of instruction remaining. Nevertheless, we've talked about, and it's in our Unified Improvement Plan, that we have a little work to do around math. This is our English Language Arts. Percent met and exceeded in grades 3, 5, and 7, and this is our comparative over the last number of years, from 2017 to 2022. There's a big caveat, of course, on 2021, that we had very low participation due to the pandemic, and of course, only every other test was even taken. So when you look at 2022, it's best to compare it to pre-pandemic, which is 2019 in the green. And this is where you can see in ELA, we really exceeded our own scores from pre-pandemic. Very unusual circumstances. We did not see results like this across our state. This is English Language Arts divided out by subgroups, so which was a request. And incidentally, we had a request to compare the subgroup divisions across districts. And so I have those slides at the end of the presentation after the questions. So I will fly through those at the very end. So this is, again, this is 5th grade English Language Arts, ELL, so it's a subgroup of ELL, FRL, and again, this is that time comparison. And again, you can see that for students that fall into a minority group and students with disabilities. All right, and then we have the same thing for math, comparisons over time. You can see that, again, our 2022 scores are in that blue, and our pre-pandemic 2019 scores are in that green. So the only place where we didn't beat ourselves was in 6th and 8th grade, and we missed it by a point from our pre-pandemic scores. And then this is that math, grade 6, broken down into subgroups. So English Language Arts, comparatively over time. Our students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, comparatively over time. Again, look at that blue and that green. And our students that are minorities over time, and our students with disabilities over time. A little bit about participation data. So we often struggle in Douglas County with participation in our testing. Some of that is we really want to and need to be able to talk to our families and to our staff about the importance of participating in state testing, not just because it's a reflection on our schools and on our district, but because it's information that families can have about their child, and they can find out where their student is, where their student needs to grow, what gaps might be there, where their student is really excelling. It's really great information for folks to have about their individual child. For our schools, along with our iReady data, our schools use this information to look at their curriculum, look at what they're doing comprehensively as a school, as well as to look at individual students and what individual students need. And when we don't have the data, or we don't have accurate data, it makes it a lot harder for us to really work at improvement. So that's something that's really important. And I know for myself as a mother, I never wanted to miss the opportunity for my student to take some kind of standardized test, because eventually when they get to high school, that PSAT, that SAT, or ACT, if they take that later, that counts for real. And I as a mom want them to have as much practice in that kind of environment as I possibly can. So we will be engaging with our families in those conversations. But you can see here the different test levels and our participation over time. So we haven't quite gotten back to pre-pandemic participation, but we're getting close. And again, it's those middle school grades where our participation tends to drop off. I can't remember if there is a slide on this, but where we really struggle with participation is high school science. It's really hard for our kids to see the value in sitting down for a CMAS test in high school. And so that high school science participation is a huge challenge for us. It's also a challenge because it's a third of our high school report cards, but it's this one test in one grade level. So that's a discussion that we need to have as well. 2022 comparative data, this is for the percent met or exceeded, and I can't quite see the top of this slide. But this is elementary ELA grades 3 through 5 and middle school ELA 6 through 8 as compared to other school districts. So in this case, you want to look at the green, that's Douglas County. The purple is Littleton Public Schools, and the red is our neighbors to the north, Cherry Creek School District. So again, Douglas County is in the green, and this is our comparative information for English language arts in elementary and middle school. And I talked a little bit in my opening remarks. There was a con, I guess, in the book about how we do better than Cherry Creek. Therefore, we should be perfectly happy paying our teachers less. And I will tell you, our teachers are doing an amazing job, and we need to keep them. And I think that they need to be rewarded for the incredible work that they do. Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm sure that's me beeping. All good? All right, there we go. All right, so this is the median growth percentiles by grade level. So you can see all grades combined, median growth percentile.
Superintendent Kane, I think we missed one slide.
Did I miss one?
We missed the math one.
Oh, we have to see the math too. Thank you. No, that's okay. You're all good. I'm just going with it over here. All right, I'm so sorry. We missed the math one. So you can see math and middle school and elementary school math. And again, Douglas County School District is the green line, and this is compared to all of our neighbors. I should have pointed out that the bar on the far right, the blue bar, is the state of Colorado. So you can see many of our neighbors do outperform the state, but we outperform most of our neighbors. All right, thank you for that, President Peterson. If I do that again, somebody throw something. Okay, this is median growth percentiles for English language arts in grades 4, 6, and 8. A little bit about median growth percentiles, just as a reminder, because it's a lot of statistical words right there. So what the state of Colorado does is they look at growth of students. So we would have to have results for the same student in, say, 3rd grade and 4th grade in order to determine their growth. And then once their growth is determined, they are compared with like students. So students who scored about what they scored in 3rd grade, how much did those students grow going into 4th grade? And then they are assigned a growth percentile. The state average, of course, is 50. So you want to generally be over 50 in your growth percentile. So you can see our growth percentiles there are all over 50, all combined, and then you can see how 4, 6, and 8 break out. We had a lot less growth data going into this year. Growth data for this school performance framework was very low, and especially in particular grades, again, because of the low participation, the end of the pandemic, because this isn't just last year's data. This also depends on the end of the pandemic data. So in some cases, we had very little data to make this determination. Median growth percentile for math, same thing, 5th grade and 7th grade. So you can see that growth percentile. And again, we're also only showing the growth where there were relevant tests in both grades. So for example, while our 6th graders took math CMAS this past spring, they did not take it as 5th graders at the end of the pandemic because of the every other test. Okay, and again on participation data, this time it compares Douglas County School District's participation with the surrounding school districts. So, and again, I would say you can really see, especially in that 8th grade number, where our participation just kind of drops off the older the kids get. And having run schools with middle schools in it, I can tell you it goes a little like this. Mom, everybody's getting opted out. Please don't make me be the only one that has to take the test. That's pretty much what it looks like. All right. Okay, the Colorado High School assessments. So again, we're looking at PSAT, and as well as the SAT. And this is just a little information about the scoring for PSAT and SAT. And then this is Douglas County's results in terms of those mean scale scores. And again, you can see that state and district participation. Now here, interestingly, our district participation actually rises above the state because this is where parents really start to buy in that it's high stakes. And so our participation tends to be higher especially on the SAT. And again, you can see that the district outscored the state, the district being blue and the state being red. PSAT and SAT participation data, so I won't go over that much more since we just saw that. This is our trend data, so 2018 to 2022, and again, you're looking at those, if you want to compare to 2019, 2019 is actually red, and our current scores are in the blue. This is more trend data. Now this data, of course, is the other districts. So again, Douglas County School District is green. We're still looking at PSAT. Comparative data, and PSAT is grades 9 and 10. Douglas County School District is green, Littleton Public Schools is purple, Cherry Creek School District is red, and you can see the state as the far end, which is the bright red. And this is PSAT math. And then we have the SAT comparable data. So this is the 11th grade SAT that the kids take, and this breaks it down into the reading and writing, mathematics, and then their total mean score. And again, you can see those comparisons across districts, Douglas County School District being the green. This is graduation competencies as measured by the SAT. And so you can see that information. The ELA is in green and math is in blue. You can see the percentage of students according to the SAT in the state of Colorado that met those minimum competencies for both English and math. And again, the English being green and the math being blue. So we do know we've got some work to do in mathematics. I will go through really quickly some of the charts that Director Meek asked for if I can have a couple more minutes. Is that all right? Okay. All right. So the request was for those subgroups to be broken down and then compared across school districts. So this, for example, is English Language Arts, grade 5. These are the subgroups, 2 charts worth of subgroups, as compared to other school districts. Douglas County School District, again, is in the green. So our English Language Arts students, for example, outperformed by quite a bit the English Language Arts, the English Language Learning students at other districts. And then you can see our free and reduced lunch results. Again, we are green versus other districts. This is students that fall into a minority category and students with disabilities, again, compared to other districts. This is math, grade 6, same thing, comparisons in the subgroup data to other school districts. Again, Douglas County School District is that green. So you can see that for also minority and students with disabilities. And then the PSAT, this is the PSAT, first of all, the subgroups for PSAT, which wasn't in the main presentation. So you can see those subgroup scores for PSAT. This is actually the trends over time, with yellow being 2022 in different subcategories. And this is the same thing for math, trends over time. And then the requested comparisons to other school districts. This comparison is PSAT math. And again, Douglas County School District is the green. And this is minority and students with disabilities still in math. So that gives you some examples of breaking down into subgroups. Now, I will say that each one of our schools, what you guys just saw was the 100,000 foot level data. And it's really hard for us to look at this and say, as a district, we need to work on X, because the reality is that we need to really look at it based on what our schools are seeing in their individual buildings. And our leaders, and having gone to so many schools in the last few weeks, I've been able to witness this process in a lot of our schools. Our leaders and our teachers in a professional learning community have really been digging into this information to figure out what they need to do to help students, to either fill in gaps, whether it's for a subgroup of students, whether it's for an individual student or students in a particular classroom or whatever it might be. They are looking for where they can fill gaps to maximize the growth and achievement of every single student that we are responsible for. And the work has been tremendous and is ongoing, and I could not be more proud of everything that I have seen. So with that, we, because Mr. Reynolds is on there, can you confirm that Mr. Reynolds, that we can hear him? Matt, say something maybe?
Yeah, I'm here.
Excellent, thank you. All right, so Mr. Reynolds and I are both available for questions.
Okay, we have 10 minutes allotted for board Q&A. If anyone would like to start.
I'm sorry, we start with.
Go ahead, Director Meek.
Yeah, first off, thank you. Thank you for the additional disaggregation of data. And I think the only way we can help individuals is if we can identify things. And that's why we do what we do with disaggregated data. It's not about trying to put kids into groups. It's trying to identify kids that need help and support. So thank you for going through the additional work that you shared tonight. I mean, I'm giddy. I'm giddy because as I look at these results, you know, the board's work is ensuring the purpose of the organization and setting the strategic direction. So in 2019, I believe, the strategic plan was launched. It had strategies in place. Those strategies led to resource distribution to ensure that students that needed resource the most would receive those resources. We had counselors, mental health, social emotional supports. We've had the equity policy. There were all kinds of strategies that were put in place. And I think we're seeing the benefits of all of that work. And so I tend to look at things like a little differently. So I brought out my little chart that I've used in the past where we look at how we compare to other districts. And, you know, all of the districts that we looked up, that we saw on the bar charts, instead, we're just kind of looking at it this way, where you can see for the first time, we have regained our competitiveness among those districts since 2008-09. So we're now back to first and second when comparing by grade level those CMAS scores. And so I'll do it this way if anybody wants to see it. So it's exciting. It's very, very exciting. And then I just want to highlight that, you know, when I hear phrases like we just need to return to the basics, I do worry that that's signaling a change from the strategies that have been put in place. And it's also jargon used for reform boards, which is the column where you see all the red and orange, where we dropped to third and fourth place. So I think this is a celebration of all of the staff's work. I mean, this happened over COVID. This happened over the past several years where everyone was struggling across the globe in schools. And so it just makes me giddy to be able to see these overall results. But on top of that, when you look at slides 7 and 8, and we look at those equity deserving communities, they have progressed. So not only have all of our students progressed, but those equity deserving communities are showing progress. And that is our work as a board. It's to ensure student success. And so I just want to sing the praises for all of the work that's been done by staff, by every staff in our entire district, and I think we should be celebrating this.
Other directors, comments, questions? Director Ray.
Yeah, I would agree. Director Meek, huge celebration. It just seems like our trajectory, we were definitely on the right track and have been on the right track in terms of helping our students benefit from quality teachers, quality instruction, and quality support. And so I share your giddiness. I do have a couple of questions about the participation rates. And I know, Superintendent Kane, you kind of used the example of how kids will say, call me in, get me out of this test. And so I guess that's one of my questions is what are our kids doing? If our students aren't showing up to school to take CMAS, are they staying home? Is that generally their options?
I'm not sure I can speak to what exactly happened last year throughout our district, but yes, often they are staying home. And again, I think this is a conversation that, and we've talked to our school leaders about this at the district leadership meeting last week. This is a conversation that I feel confident that we can help our school leaders navigate. We're not there to talk people out of something if they feel very strongly philosophically or whatever it may be, but we would like to talk to them about what we use the data for, and especially to our students. And someone gave an example of talking to the student advisory group about why their high school wasn't rated as high as they thought it should be. And the question asked to the student advisory group was, well, how many of you opted out of CMAS science? Every hand, every single hand. Okay, well, so and I remember in my time in this role before, asking student advisory group, they were very upset at the time that our district performance framework wasn't as high as Cherry Creek's. And again, I asked them very similar questions. How many of you actually took the state assessment? And maybe 3/4 of the hands went up. And then I said, how many of you can honestly say that you gave it your absolute best? And then there were like maybe 5 hands left. So I think just having conversations with our kids, with our staff, with our families about what we use this information for, how it's useful to families in terms of knowing their children's strengths and their children's gaps, how it's useful for our schools to be able to do exactly as Director Meek said, which is make sure that we're taking care of every individual child in terms of filling in gaps. How it's useful for us to improve. We can't improve if we don't have information. And it's also important that they try, right? Because if they don't try, it's garbage in, garbage out. So all of those conversations just need to continually be happening, have happened, need to continually happen with our community. I also want to insert really quickly, if I may, that the Denver Area Superintendent's Group in the last few meetings has had a lot of discussion about our assessment system in Colorado and improvements that we would like to see made to the assessment system so that it's super relevant and a great use of time for our students, our staff, and our community across our different districts. So those are ongoing conversations.
So I agree with everything you said.
Director Ray, just if I could, Director Hanson, since we've got limited time.
I was going to follow
I thought you were. Nope, sorry. Sorry, go ahead, Director Ray.
Sorry, I agree with everything you said. I remember Mesa Middle School, I think is our poster child. They were on the accountability clock because, and what they focused on, in addition to instruction, was participation rate, how to get kids motivated to be there. And I'll tell you, if I'm a 13-year-old and I can choose either to stay in bed or go to school, right, I'm going to stay in bed. So I guess I appreciate that we're having the conversations. Obviously, there's other districts that have a higher percentage rate, and I'd also encourage us to say, what are you doing to get kids motivated to come? Because obviously, if they don't take the test, we don't know what their needs are, especially if they're in 8th grade. I understand to some extent the science in high school, but I think this is important data to help us. So I would just advocate that we really look at how to motivate to have kids come to school.
Yeah, just one other comment on the participation. The ultimate disaggregation is the individual, and that's what aligns with our mission of ensuring we have the academic foundation for individuals to reach their potential. So again, for parents, I think as a parent, I would want to know where my child sits. And the other thing is just for interventions, right? If you don't take the test, we may not know to get you the resources you need as an individual to assist you. So it's very valuable. So thank you to Director Ray there. And last comment I'd have it, I would say that, and I've been talking about this going around, I think the reason that we did so well is threefold. And it's that triangle that Director Myers talks about. We have excellent teachers and staff. We have excellent parents here in Douglas County that remain involved and remained involved throughout the disruptions during COVID. And we have good students as well that even though they may stay home on a standardized testing day, generally we have good students in our schools. And if we continue to do whatever it takes, including bond MLO things, to retain those teachers, to put them back in partnership with parents, I think we'll continue to see our students succeed. We've got about 2 minutes left if any directors, other directors would, Director Myers.
One of the things I can agree with you on, Superintendent Kane, being in the middle school, and it did become very trendy and popular because I had probably the largest middle school library in the district with over 70 physical computers and several laptop carts. And I can remember the buzz. It was very popular for kids and then to be able to talk their parents out. Now, one of the things that Ranch View, I think, did other than letting the kids stay home is many parents didn't have that option for kids to be home. So we did have kids in school, they just weren't testing. And that became quite boring, so I think they figured out after a while, well, I might as well test if I'm gonna be at school. But yes, and that was kind of the trend, so hopefully we can break that trend and with the parent engagement and get our kids back so we can get that data.
Since we
Director Henson.
since we continue to have a conversation along this, it isn't that schools just say, stay home. They don't have staff. Staff are administering the tests and they don't have anyone to sit with the students. So it isn't that they're just saying, obviously, people would choose to stay home. It's a staff issue.
And just as a segue into our next topic, if we could go back to those slides, you flipped through those really fast, and so the disaggregated ones, and I'm wondering if we could take just another quick snapshot of the students with disabilities, because we are going to talk about special education, and it's the comparative data, Superintendent Kane. I wasn't able to capture quick enough kind of where we ranked compared to other metro districts, specifically with students with disabilities.
All right, I'm on my way. Give me a second. All right, so here's grade 5, English Language Arts.
So, and if you could just shout out, I mean, it would just be helpful,
Douglas?
shout out what our ranking is. Are we first, second, third, fourth, fifth?
It looks like in this one we are second, right behind Littleton Public Schools.
Okay.
This is math. And it looks like we are barely third. That is not other districts. This one looks like we're third or fourth. Oops, that's FRL, sorry. Third, and this is PSAT math. Second? Second. Okay, I don't have my glasses on, so about second. I know, right? And that's the information that I've got. I wonder if I missed one when I flew through it. I might have. But those are the 3 that we have, and agreed. We thought this would be a great segment. And I should point out that our Unified Improvement Plan that you all approved at our last meeting called out specifically work around our students with disabilities. So that is a great segue into our next presentation. If I may, the last thing I'd like to say is, again, I just want to do a huge shout out to our teachers and our staff, but truly our teachers have worked so hard and are working. If you all could see all the work that they're doing right now, today, in their buildings, through their professional learning communities, using data, if parents could see what they're doing today, using all of this data to make sure that they're furthering the growth and achievement of every single child in their care, it's absolutely amazing and inspiring.
With that, we will move on to item number 14, which is our special education update. I believe we'll have Deputy Hyatt delivering that, and we have a 20-minute presentation followed by a 10-minute Q&A.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us here to give a special education update. And I feel like this is a little bit full circle for me in that when I graduated from college in the late 90s is what I'll say, my first position as an educator was as a special education paraprofessional in the Douglas County School District, supporting a student with a significant disability and a one-on-one capacity. And so here I am many, many years later, having the opportunity to be a part of the leadership in this district that has an impact on special education. So I feel like I just had to share the full circle moment. As many of you know, my background is as a special education teacher at the middle school level, so I can totally relate to all of the comments about middle school students, who I absolutely adore. But I spent many years in middle school as a special education teacher, and again, to be able to be in this position as Deputy Superintendent over Student Support Services, with that background and experience and a lot of other experience, it's just been a pleasure for me to be more directly involved in the world of special education in the Douglas County School District than I've been previously, been a little bit more indirect. And so this has been a true pleasure. So it's my opportunity to share in this leadership experience this evening. So I have Director of Special Education, Ms. Sarah Cannon here, as well as Interim Director of Special Education, Nicole Leckman-Trujillo. We are going to share in this presentation this evening. So of course, and it was mentioned during public comment tonight, of course, the Board of Education in statements and the sub-ins in particular very much speak to the experiences we want all of our students in the district to have in terms of a high quality educational experience that is one that promotes academic excellence. So I just point that out because it was noted earlier, and I think it's important to note that the sub-ins, specifically tonight in academic excellence, are really what we'd like to focus on in terms of giving you an update in terms of where we are. And this is a really timely update because we are at the end of the first quarter of this school year. And so it's been a great opportunity for us to not only collaborate, but reflect on where we are with a number of different elements in terms of the work that we've been focusing on. So you all have very much talked at length in different meetings about the vision and mission of the school district and the intentions around engaging with our community through a process around any potential revisement or adjustments to our vision and mission. And the question really becomes, how does educating our students with disabilities live within our vision and mission of the district? So I ask you just to consider that reflective question that I've posted here at the end of the vision and mission, and how might the vision and mission encompass the inclusivity of strengths, needs, opportunities, and pathways for students with disabilities in Douglas County School District. So as you think about your next steps in what that looks like with engagement in the community, the consideration of what that looks like for our students with disabilities, I think, is really critical. Sometimes when we speak about some potential revisements to our vision and mission, it causes great opportunity to reflect and think, does that truly encompass all of our students with disabilities within our mission and vision? So I put that just for a reflective, prompting question for all of you. These guiding questions have really been, again, part of a reflective process in terms of where we are current state with special education programming in the Douglas County School District and what is going to continue to help us to enhance, improve, and move forward. And so these guiding questions I use very often as we work together in collaborative opportunities with not only our educators, but our community members, our parents, et cetera. These things I think are really forefront in terms of the conversation about how we improve. So how do we improve and enhance our services and supports for our students with disabilities in the district? How do we create a collaborative, productive, and healthy partnership on behalf of students with disabilities in the Douglas County School District? And I put that in there because there is so much passion in our community around supporting the needs of students with disabilities. And many people have various different experiences with that passion. And how we can channel that passion and that energy in a really healthy, productive way, I think is critical to help us move forward in a unified way in supporting our students with disabilities. And then the last question that's really guided a lot of the conversation and collaboration, and then what you'll see in some of our goals moving forward, is what themes are we seeing as we work with our families, our community partners, et cetera. And what I love about the Douglas County community and many of our community members and parents and educators who are passionate about serving students with disabilities is they are not shy about expressing what they feel like we need to do to improve for our students. And I really respect that and value that, even though at times it can be challenging, but it will ultimately lead us to hopefully some very positive or productive outcomes for our students. So in terms of themes, this is just an opportunity in a very succinct sort of way to put together what we have heard from our community members, our parents, our educators, some of our students in terms of what we need to focus on with special education programming in the Douglas County School District. So I kind of captured this in some of the themes. And as you guys have all heard, we've really talked about and communicated to our community about really shifting the culture and climate within the district for serving students with disabilities to be more proactive in our approach, getting ahead, really identifying what our goals are, and having a plan for that versus reacting to whatever the particular issue or challenge might be. How can we be more strategic in our efforts? How can we be more proactive and get ahead of the work that needs to be happening? Student-focused decision-making, really focusing more on student strengths versus kind of a student deficit approach. Like what are the gifts and talents that our students with disabilities bring to us? How can we really know what those are and utilize those as we really work to support what their needs are? In terms of student growth and progress, and this really ties into the last presentation around data, we acknowledge that when I look at those slides, I'm like, that's not good enough. We got a lot of work to do. We really need to work on supporting our students with disabilities, specifically in the area of reading, because while you saw, of course, reading, relatively speaking, is a little stronger in terms of our overall performance, it is not where it needs to be, and reading impacts math. So when you look at our math performance, we know that kids need to have the ability to be able to read and write in order to pursue whatever their opportunities are, and we have an obligation to really support that. And so reading is definitely a priority focus area, as well as serving and supporting our students that have dyslexia. We also acknowledge that we have a lot of growth and opportunity in terms of what our systems of supports are for serving our students who have dyslexia, and making sure our teachers are really trained in research-based approaches in that regard, and so forth. So lots of themes and opportunities in that. We talk about consistency in programming. How can we ensure in one school students' experience has some similarity to if they attended another school? What are those elements of programming that need to be consistent across the board? Professional development and training for all staff is critical. We absolutely have professional development and training for our staff. However, what I would say we need to really focus on is how are we strategic in terms of tying that professional development and training to what our goals are, and how do we address professional development and training for all of our educator groups, from our special education providers to our leaders, our administrators, our educational assistants. And the one category I left out that I just noticed was, and our general education teachers. They absolutely also need to have professional development and training that's up to date in terms of current approaches for serving and supporting our students with disabilities. Hiring, retaining, and recruiting special education providers is such an absolute need, as you all know. Even when I graduated from school many years ago with a degree in special education, it was a very hard to fill position back then. And it continues to be a hard to fill position, and even more so with the labor shortages that we're experiencing. So what do we do to help not only compensate our special education providers, but also have them be a part of a community that really has a supportive culture that really helps them to continue to learn and grow? And then transparency and communication is another theme that we are working on. How can we work with our community in a way that helps us to own the elements of the work that's going well and not so well, and be vulnerable to acknowledging that there are opportunities for growth, and being able to work through that in a transparent, communicative sort of way with our community. And then, of course, involving family engagement and community engagement. So I could talk a lot about a lot of this, and so I got to hand over the mic because I can go on, and I'd be happy to answer questions as we go. But I get really passionate about the opportunities we have, knowing what we need to really focus on as we support students with disabilities in our district. So with that, I'll turn it over to Nicole.
Thank you. So I have the pleasure of talking about all the wonderful services and programs that we have to offer. So it's essential that all districts have a very robust system of supports to meet all of our students and their needs. Now, I wish I could spend several minutes talking and highlighting about each of these, but obviously we don't have enough time tonight. So I just thought I would start by highlighting just a few. So this year we have had the pleasure of hiring 2 brand new autism team members. These teams interface directly with students in the buildings, teachers, and staff. The goal is, again, to help them to access their general education setting. Plum Creek Academy is a small, separate school setting, and their mission is to create a small and safe environment where students are really struggling to access their typical neighborhood secondary setting. They service 229 students. Our Bridge program currently supports 139 students. They have 5 sites as well as 12 classrooms. Their priority learning outcomes include daily living, employment, community, essential skills, and functional academics. So as we look, we have 89 schools within DCSD. We support almost nearly 8,000 students. If you are to look at the pie chart, and I know it looks really small, so hopefully get those glasses on to look at it, I am going to highlight the top 5. So these represent all the disability categories of students that we support. So again, this is from highest. So specific learning disability, speech or language impairment, other health impairment, autism, and then developmental delay. DCSD currently also supports nearly 1,000 students in 81 center-based programs. These include our effective needs programs, our significant support needs program, and deaf of hard of hearing. And as I previously stated, Bridge currently supports 139 students between the ages of 18 and 21. Staffing highlights. So right now, we have about 525 licensed school-based providers. These include our moderate needs learning specialists, our speech and language pathologists, mental health providers, significant support needs teachers, and effective needs teachers. Additionally, we have 128 itinerant providers. These providers work in multiple buildings to support students. They include, but are not limited to, our teachers of the visually impaired, occupational therapists, audiologists, behavior specialists, and assistive technology specialists. Additionally, we have 2 special education directors and 9 special education coordinators, all coming together to support the needs of students, parents, and staff. So like other districts and other areas, we are currently working through some staffing challenges. We have been diligently working with our district leadership to provide creative options of how to fill these voids and vacancies. So you'll see a list of our current openings right now and some ideas that we have put into place to try to target some of the voids that have been left are, we are current licensed and itinerant staff are taking on additional workloads or additional duties for additional pay. We're also providing substitute coverage, and we're also supporting staff avenues for certification and pathways for licensure. We have to get creative here. So just want to sort of finish here by saying that we're going to continue to problem solve to ensure that all the needs of our students get met.
I always get to talk about the data slide. I don't know why always, but that's okay. So for CDE purposes, the Colorado Department of Education calls us an administrative unit when we refer to special education. So administrative unit, just put Douglas County School District in there. The U.S. Department of Education gives every state a grade or a level of determination, and then the Colorado Department of Education then in turn gives every administrative unit or school district a grade. And how they're implementing IDEA, which is our federal special education law. It ranges from meets requirements all the way down to needs substantial intervention. The state sets targets on some data that we'll look at here in a minute. And then every district is compared to the target. So Douglas County for the 2021 school year, they're always back quite a ways, meets the requirements and purposes of IDEA, and we've been meeting requirements for quite a number of years. That means that we meet or exceed all the targets that the state sets for a specific data set. This is very high-level data. As it's been mentioned, we work very closely with the Learning Services Department to really look more specifically at our data, and we have added students with disabilities as a priority performance challenge to our UIP this year, and that will really guide our day-to-day work. But this is the high-level snapshot that the state gives. If you see 2 rows of data, the top row will be Douglas County School District, and the second row will be the state. So what the data that we gather and report for this purpose for the state every year is graduation rates. For students with disabilities, many students do not graduate in 4 years because they are eligible for services up until the age of 21. So the 5-year, 6-year, and 7-year rates are our students in Bridge and when they earn their diploma. And then we have our dropout and exiter rates. Indicator 3 is missing from here because that's our achievement, our participation in math and English language arts, which we've talked about quite a bit. Our least restrictive environment data, the majority of our 8,000 students in Douglas County spend the majority of their day, 80% or more of their time in the general education classroom. We have a smaller number of students that are in general education less than 40% of the time, and then a very small percentage of students that are in separate schools, such as Plum Creek, or eligibility facility eligible facility partners or are homebound. Preschool, the majority of the data we're talking about today is kindergarten through 21, but we do have some preschool indicators as well. We work very closely with our preschool partners. About half of their job is students with disabilities, and so they also have some data. All of our preschoolers in Douglas County with disabilities participate in preschool programs with their non-disabled peers. We also have some preschool outcome measures that we measure every year by TS Gold. This is data based on students who are exiting preschool. So they're either they are 4 moving into kindergarten. And so we take measurements of their positive social emotional skills compared to non-disabled peers, acquisition and use of skills, and use of appropriate behaviors. When you don't see a second row of data, that's because the state data is not available yet, because again, they're about 1 year in the rears. I want to talk a little bit about this data set, parent involvement. Every year we are asked by the Colorado Department of Education to give a survey to parents. The list of parents that participate in the survey is randomly selected by the Colorado Department of Education. We give out 200 surveys. We have 400 names on that. We ask all 400 families to complete the survey. But we are required to ask 200 families to complete the survey. It is anonymous, and it measures parent involvement in the IEP process. Survey research would tell you either you're really happy or you're really unhappy when you do a survey. We don't really have a lot of middle ground on that. And so this is an area that we're looking at and trying to come up with other data sets that we can also supplement with that to look at parent involvement. It is not a parent satisfaction measure. You do not have to be happy with the outcome of the IEP meeting to have been involved in the IEP meeting. But the questions are written by the Department of Education, and there may be some confusion on that. So it is a parent involvement in the IEP process. And obviously COVID, a lot of our meetings were moved to virtual. In fact, there was about 18 months where all of our meetings were virtual. That was actually, we got a lot of parent involvement from parents that don't typically participate in IEP meetings because maybe they could take time off from lunch and they can do the meeting from their desk. But we did see definitely a dip in our parent involvement data during the pandemic. Disproportionate representation. Indicator 9 is disproportionate representation based on race, ethnicity, and special education, period. And indicator 10 is by eligibility category. We do not have a disproportionate representation. Our data does not show that we show disproportionate representation by race, ethnicity in this district. Indicator 11 is not at 100%, and that's an area that we're monitoring closely. That's how quickly we complete evaluations for special education. We have 60 days to do those evaluations. And indicator 12 is how quickly students coming from our Part C system, which is birth to 3, when they enter preschool with an IEP at the age of 3. And then really quick, our secondary transition data, that's a compliance indicator based on the IEP. And probably, Nicole's my favorite data set is indicator 14. This is our students. Again, it's a random selection from the Colorado Department of Education. We call 200 students 1 year after they leave high school and see what they're doing. If they're enrolled in higher education or a trade program, or if they're competitively employed, or they're doing some other form of employment.
So as we look at all of the data, we've really been working as an entire student support services department on how we can continue to collaborate together to identify common areas of goals and action strategies to not only help serve and support our students with disabilities, but some of our students with disabilities are also gifted and talented learners. They're twice exceptional. So what this really is getting at is the intentional efforts by our entire Student Support Services Department to work together collaboratively to help support the needs of all students within the district. So our team has spent the last probably 3 months, I would say, working as a team, retreating, collaborating on common goals in a number of different areas with sub-goals that affect each of the teams below. So we can align our efforts and work together throughout the system to ensure that we're helping to support our students' growth and development. As I said earlier, we are really focusing on shifting to a more proactive approach. How do we continue to improve our services and supports? And what do our goals look like as they're aligned to our system priorities that Superintendent Kane and the district leadership has really outlined for our system, so we're all moving in the same direction. And so you'll see in just a minute those goals for special education team in alignment with the priority of literacy, with the priority of pathways for every graduate, essential skills for student success, with data-driven professional learning communities and culture and climate. So another area of focus specific for special education department or team in our district is around opportunities for community engagement and in the development of collective values and beliefs for students with disabilities. And we'll share our first kind of opportunity with that with our parent community in just a little bit. But that'll be an ongoing process that we want to work through for this entire school year, ultimately so that at the end of the year, we have identified what our collective values and beliefs are for educating students with disabilities. We'll leave the vision and mission work to all of you, and we're delving into kind of that next stage of the work around collective values and beliefs. And then improving and enhancing our continuum of services and supports, which you will see evidenced in one of our goals, which Nicole and Sarah will talk about.
This by no means is a one-year plan for special education. These are like 3 to 5 year goals. We also have had a substantial turnover in district leadership team for special education. My co-director is new and is interim, and 6 of our 9 special education coordinators are also new this year to the system. So we have a lot of turnover. So we're really looking at baseline right now and where we're at, and we're working as a team to develop targets and action steps for the goals. We talked about the Unified Improvement Plan this evening. Literacy is our core academic focus. We know we have some room to grow in math, but literacy is my thing, so that's what we're going to talk about. Literacy, including students with dyslexia, but making sure that we have evidence-based interventions and the district core programs in K-6 are implemented across our continuum of special education programming. And let's do a night just talking about pathways for students with disabilities, because that's really what Nicole and I like to talk about. We want to make sure that every student in this district, including students with disabilities, have pathways. We look at those core competencies for graduation. I see every single student in this district has a pathway in their life to become independent, happy citizens of this county, of this state. And so our first path is making sure that everybody understands that pathways available, and they're available to all students. We will help, IEP teams will help students find their pathway, but we have lots of options for students, and everybody's eligible for that.
And just to piggyback off of the pathways conversation, essential skills. Essential skills are vital for all of our students to become successful citizens, right? That's what we want them to do. And so we need to, as staff, need to teach these across all settings, across all continuums, and even look at IEP goals. When we think of data-driven professional learning, I'm so excited that we're going to be partnering with CDE to look at their quality indicators. Also, we will be looking at those as well, coming together to really ensure that our programming is successful and revising it when there's needs. And lastly, we just want to ensure that our professional development is all aligned to support all of that upcoming work.
So as part of this work, another area that we've really been trying to reinforce, not only as we're a new team, but also as we support kind of our system, the educators, our parent community, our community partners, is really utilizing the culture and climate norms that have been laid out for all of us. And so how we work together is really critical in order to move us forward. And so these have been a part of a lot of the conversations we've had, not only with our community partners, but our educators. And within our team, we are asking ourselves, are we doing these things and how does that help support the climate and culture? Because it makes a difference when you feel like you're a part of a collaboration that really is constructive in moving forward versus just critical in terms of the things we're not doing right. I mean, there are many things we need to work to improve, but how can we do so with a real constructive approach and a constructive mindset versus just the element of the critical, which we need to hear too. I'm not saying that, but how can we do that in a really productive, constructive sort of way?
We're really focusing on our parent engagement opportunities. Every month you'll see either a special education parent engagement session, which is a presentation and more topic-based, or a special education talk that will include just not an agenda, just what questions do you have, how can we help you, what are some concerns you have, what are some feedback. So the schedule's there. We were able to, and so that's primarily special education directors and coordinators also meet monthly with our community partners in our advocate group. In September, we had a small but mighty special education parent engagement session where we really looked at collective values and beliefs and had them do some work on what these things were. And these were the questions that we asked them. What are your dreams for your student? 3 years from now, what's the ideal school experience? What's your desired state? They made great visuals that we will look at. We'll do this activity with a lot of different groups throughout the year, so it's not the only time that we're going to really try to get collective values and beliefs from our community.
So moving forward, there's a whole lot of listening that's happening with our team and learning and growing. And so we appreciate the patience, the understanding, and the grace of our community to help us to understand what they see that maybe we don't see, that we need to be seeing, and what we need to do to continue to address some of our challenges. We are rebuilding, restoring, and developing partnerships based on some of those elements of mutual respect and student-centered priorities. We will continue to monitor, reflect, and refine our goals. Like Sarah said just a few minutes ago, you saw the high-level goal work that we've done, getting to the very detailed elements in terms of our specific targets and then the indicators of data for those targets. We want to make sure aligns with also the data that will be presented through monitoring reports with the board in. So we're really working around aligning those elements, and Matt and his team have been helping us to do that, and will continue to do that moving forward. We are working on collaboratively developing new opportunities for our students and pathways for our students with disabilities. We are very excited about the partnership that's happening at the Legacy campus and really that vision of connecting passion to pathway and how that relates to our students with disabilities. And so we have some upcoming collaborative opportunities on that after break, so more to come on that. So very excited about that. And then exploring new programming options within our continuum of services and support. And you'll hear a little bit of that with our community DCC Act partners this evening. What are some other programming options that are not currently a part of our continuum of programming and supports, and what do we need to be considering in terms of how we help to support our students with disabilities? And then that engagement with students, our families, our educators, and our community partners is really, really critical. As some of you recall, we did the special education task force survey back in 2017, 2018, and there was a great deal of very insightful information that was collected in terms of that survey instrument. We're at a time where we want to reflect on where do we move forward with that moving forward. Is it time to give another community survey? What might that look like in terms of what our current needs are? And so we've started having some of those conversations and want to, of course, do that very strategically based on other elements of surveys that may be in the future. And so, and also an opportunity to really focus with different community groups. I think I'm really excited about working with our students. in really leveraging their voice. And our students with disabilities definitely have experiences that we need to listen to and learn from. And so how we can coordinate some focus groups and go to them in schools and really get an opportunity to hear what they have to say about ways we can continue to grow and the things we're doing well, because not everything is something that we need to improve. There are definitely a lot of opportunities, as you saw in some of our data. That is just a snapshot. It really is just a snapshot in terms of opportunities that I think we've done well and we need to focus in on. So with that, for this segment, questions, and then we're going to hand it over to DCCAC in just a second. But are there questions for us in terms of this segment?
Directors, questions, comments?
I mean, for me, I'd rather wait and then ask, but is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Just because I know we have
Yeah.
audience members that might be waiting, but.
Yeah, I know we're going to get a brief from DCCAC and what they do and what they've done recently. I do have a quick, just kind of a comment. First of all, thank you for adding the general education PD in there around our students with special needs. As you noted, over 80% of the time, majority of our students. I ran some quick math on the numbers in our special education programs, 12.5%. And that's up from about 11.5% previously. So we have an increasing percentage of our students with special needs or some form of disability, whether it's dyslexia or whatever, that are entering our system. So the need is not getting less, the need is increasing. The only real comment I had was around the comment on transparency in communications. And I think the other word that I'm hearing from parents that talk to me is around expectations as well. It's not just the communication, it's the setting of expectations, because I think that seems to be a frequent area of friction where there's a misexpectation, especially around whether it's around an IEP, a 504 plan, or if there's a conflict brought to the district, what's the expectation around resolution? So other than that, I'm really impressed with what we're putting together. I know it's a work in progress. And I like, SPED Talks. I think they're better than TED Talks. And I really like the mix of the parent engagement, which can be a little bit briefy, some PowerPoint slides and information, but also balancing that with the interactive dialogue. And I'm really glad that we have that nice balance where people can just come, there's no agenda, open questions, let's have it, what are your concerns? So thank you to Deputy Hyatt, to Sarah and to Nicole for everything that you're continuing to do for the district. Other director comments, questions? Director Ray.
I would echo the thank you and gratitude and really the acknowledgement of the newness of your team. And Deputy Superintendent Hyatt, you jumped into a position that you weren't expecting to jump into. So hats off to you for the driving force you've been to continuing to make sure special education is forefront on our minds. I do want to just ask a quick question is where are we with hiring a special education services officer? What is the status on that? Superintendent Kane or?
I'd be happy to answer this question. So we went through 2 rounds of a hiring process during the summer months because the time frame in terms of that particular posting led us into the summer. Based on the experiences we had through those hiring processes, at that point, we hadn't identified the just right candidate based on our needs. The sentiments from the group of individuals that were involved in the hiring process is, let's take our time. This is a really important decision. We want to make sure it's the right decision. And so we held and paused for the time period to hire that position with the intention to repost it in the next hiring cycle, which will be, of course, after the new year going into the second semester, just because that tends to be a more optimal time period in terms of pools and candidates and so forth. So that was what the decision was made at the time.
Superintendent Kane.
Deputy Hyatt, while we're at it, would you mind also speaking to the dyslexia coordinator that was asked about in public comment tonight? And then I'd like to close with a comment once Deputy Hyatt does that. Thank you.
So we also had the opportunity to work through a couple rounds of hiring process for the dyslexia specialist position. That really started in the month of August and September. We spoke with a number of really quality candidates, but we have learned a lot in this hiring process in terms of maybe we need to be thinking about this position a little differently based on the quality of candidates than maybe we originally thought. And we did get to the final stages with a candidate. This happened in the last week, and the candidate made the decision to decline the offer at the current time, with the hopes that potentially that person may end up being interested in a position like that in the future. So we are reflecting on how we're going to proceed forward. One of the things we do intend to do is hire a reading interventionist for dyslexia. It's not the dyslexia specialist coordinator. What we have learned through the hiring process, there are a number of individuals that have a high degree of experience with supporting the needs of students with dyslexia. In terms of the actual training element of teachers and the system kind of view of what that approach would be, that's an area that is not necessarily one in which we have a lot of people that have background or experience in. So it's causing us to rethink how we might approach the training element for our teachers, as well as we know that we have some students in our district that have a need for intensive reading support in the area of dyslexia. So how do we also ensure that we have individuals that are able to help support in that capacity? So that's where there's been some learning that's occurred through this process, which has been really an exceptional opportunity.
If I could, I'd also just like to add that the reality that we are living in and our harsh reality, honestly, is that at the district director level, we are having a really, really hard time because we are just not competitive. It is the same problem that we're having with our teachers all the way up the chain. We would have to make offers so that they make more than the cabinet member that supervises them. There's just that inability to be competitive, frankly, from my cabinet all the way through our teachers is incredibly challenging when it comes to hiring especially uniquely talented and qualified individuals in these specialized area. But the second thing I'd like to do is just shout out Deputy Hyatt and her team, because they have done an incredible job just trying to navigate around that reality while making sure that we are doing everything we can to move and improve and take as much input as possible. And she has just taken the bull by the horns, and I'm really, really grateful for her and for her whole team. And while I'm at it, I'm sure we all have great appreciation for our teachers who are working with our students with special needs every single day in all of our buildings. To those teachers, you will never know what an incredible difference you have made 10, 20 years from now. So just a huge shout out to everyone in our system who works with our very special students. So thank you so much to the three of you, because you guys have held up a lot and we really appreciate it.
We have a lot of work to do, and one of the things we didn't share is that once a week we are going to schools and visiting our programs and speaking with our educators within their programs as well as our leaders, and we intend to do that the entire school year with the goal to getting to every school together, different than going for an IEP meeting or a consult, really going with the intentional purpose of connecting on programs. And we've gained some very valuable insight from our educators in terms of what they need in terms of our support moving forward. So that's something that is really the highlight of our week when we get an opportunity to go to schools together.
All right, a final question from Director Meek before we move on to DCCAC.
Thank you. Around the dyslexia specialist and the change in philosophy, I think I had been wondering about doing the dyslexia assessments. And I don't know if the change in philosophy opens up a possibility of doing dyslexia assessments universally. I know there are other districts like Boulder Valley that has implemented this strategy. And I'm just wondering, where does that idea fit into the dyslexia opportunities that are out there?
Sure. So that idea, of course, has been a part of collaborative conversations, because that involves our learning services team, and Matt Reynolds and I have spent a considerable amount of time together working together on these types of topics, as well as DC Kid. We have an opportunity to connect with them on a monthly basis, and that has been discussed as well. And really what we're trying to do right now is do our best to focus in on, one, ensuring our teachers are trained in the science of reading, and two, we're implementing a comprehensive core resource program, which is a significant lift for a district our size. And so the conversation about a universal screening has been there, but we have not developed a specific action plan in that regard.
I guess my question was, have we talked to other districts that have done that to really understand from a resource standpoint what it would require?
My understanding that there are different districts that have piloted universal screeners for dyslexia. And so in terms of our reach out to them, I think that's an opportunity for us.
Okay, thank you, Deputy. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Ray.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to think how to phrase this, because I don't want this to be critical. I think you said what was the word instead of critical?
I said constructive versus criticism.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a constructive way
Critical is, yeah.
to express this. But I think the frustration, being the old guy on the board, is, we hit the same themes with special education every year. And I wrote this down: communication, training, staffing, programming, and mental health and behavior. I mean, those have been part of our areas that we want to work on since I can remember, even as a principal. And I think what we don't have are local metrics to say, do we know we're getting better? We've got this administrative unit data, which to me is more about compliance than it is really showing baseline of where we were and are we at a better place. And I'm just wondering if we will ever get to a place where we will have local metrics that really we can say, this is what we know about our students with disabilities. And I just jotted down a bunch of metrics. I mean, things like percentage of students who reach their annual IEP goals, looking at the quality of the IEP. Do we have a metric and rubric to judge that? Parental feedback from the school, number of due processes versus OCR complaints, staff turnover, looking at Orton Gillingham. I mean, there's some incredible assessments that Orton Gillingham does that I think would provide us with baseline information. And so I always enjoy these overviews, and I always walk away with great admiration for what we do provide. But what I have never gotten in my 7 years is truly a good snapshot of, are we getting better? Are we doing our special needs students a better job in getting them to a better place? I was looking back at the presentation that we had in November when Sid Rundle was here, and he captured, beautifully, I thought, very concisely, the future needs of special education. I haven't seen some of those replicated in the discussion. So it seems like we're always doing the 2-step forward, 1-step back, whether it's because of staff turnover or, because of not being able to hire the right people or hang on to the right people. I'm sympathetic, but I'm also frustrated for our special needs population. Because I think we sit there and we see CMAS and we see, some disaggregated snapshots, but we truly don't get into the meat of it when we don't really ask those critical questions about what is the metric that shows that we've made growth, that we're getting better, that we're doing those students a better service than what we did 7 years ago. So I don't know if that's a question as much as just me airing a little bit of a frustration of the start, stop, go back, start again. But it is frustrating for me because I feel like these are the students that we can't waste time on. These are the students that we have to do right by immediately because they're the ones that really need that support the most. And yet it feels like it's kind of sometimes more of a hodgepodge, quite honestly. So I'll get off my soapbox and step back and just tell you that's kind of my overall reaction to the past 7 years, from the special ed task force to every time we have an update, same stuff, same themes, and I really haven't gotten a feel for, are our students in a better place?
Well, I don't want it to feel like a hodgepodge because it's definitely very thoughtful in terms of what our outlined goals are, but in terms of the metrics that help to inform us on whether or not we're making progress, absolutely, that is the work that we are doing right now. And I wish that it was as accessible to get certain data as you just laid out, because we literally had the conversation about what percentage of our students are meeting their reading goals and objectives. How do we have that data and how can we break it down? And our current systems don't make that happen as efficiently as we would like it. It's not an excuse, but it is one in which we have to kind of work around what that is. I will tell you that, and I've said this to some of our community members, please hold us accountable to what those metrics are. We're at Q1, we'll identify the metrics and the targets, that's the work that's happening now, and how are those then also indicators that may be represented in a monitoring report in second semester? We want that kind of alignment, and so if you can give us some time to get to that specificity, but I agree with you, I don't want to just share information that sounds like we're on the right track with no accountability to it. We will hold ourselves accountable, I will, and I know Superintendent Kane will hold me accountable to ensuring we are making progress with the very specific metrics in that regard.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I might.
And please, let's keep it brief because we are
Yep.
way over this topic. We're probably 45 minutes into a 20-minute brief and 12 minutes into a 10-minute question, so go ahead.
And it's so
Director Meehan.
important that we are talking about this. And as we look at the academic achievement and the disaggregation, this is the one group, right, with our equity deserving community that they need to hear this conversation. And so I'll stay till midnight if it's what it takes to talk about this. I pulled out the 2018 task force, and I was reviewing everything in it, trying to come up to speed. You all have been dealt a really challenging hand, right? With the turnover, with the challenges with hiring. We saw the open positions from licensed employees, but I don't think it captured classified, and that's on top of that. And it's a very challenging position that you're in right now. And it should be one of our top priorities. And I agree with what Director Ray was saying, and I don't think you have the resources to pull all of that together on top of everything else that you're doing. And I would be open to us as a board talking about allocating resources, additional resources, for a consultant to even come in and help develop a dashboard, to help develop the metrics. Like, we need those metrics. It really fits within our monitoring, right? And if you need help developing that, I think we as a board can allocate resources in that area. And it seems to be a very high priority for our district to really make advancements in this. And we're in an environment where we can't fill positions. And so I think it's a very top priority for us. And I think the sooner we are able to come up with metrics, we do that collaboratively. We have a dashboard, we're transparent, we're able to show where we're making progress, where we're struggling. I think that will build the relationships and the trust with our community. but I also think you don't have time and resources to develop that. So I'm asking, what will it take for us to get to the point that Director Ray is talking about? Because I think it should be one of our highest priorities at this point in time.
Yeah, and I agree with everything that Director Ray said, and not so much as an educator, but as a parent who was on that journey. And I actually agree with Director Meek. I think monitoring reports and getting there, going through the ends, and as Deputy Hyatt said, our special education sub-goals are littered throughout our 5 ends. You know, they are tied in. But getting them tied into interpretations and then ultimately monitoring reports, I think, is exactly going to be good for us as the board in terms of oversight. But even more so, as you're alluding to, it provides that transparency with our community that we actually are making progress. And it also identifies those areas where we may not be making progress and we need to put additional resources. So thank you, Director Meek.
Distinct privilege. I'm one of the few veteran special education directors in the metro area. We have a very healthy Douglas County Special Education Advisory Committee. This is a great partnership between the district and DCCAC. I'm happy to introduce our co-chairs, Carrie Ann Tompkins and Aaliyah Mastriani.
Thank you, Sarah. Oh, gosh, I'll figure it out. You got it. We are so excited to be here. Thank you so much. I'll let them catch up, but hopefully you felt us all cheering back there. We're like, yes, we're very excited. I don't need our first slide to at least introduce ourselves. So, hello, board members and everyone. My name is Aaliyah Mastriani.
I'm Carrie Tompkins.
Yay, and we are the co-chairs of DCCAC, and that's the Douglas County Special Education Advisory Committee. And we'd like to thank Deputy Superintendent Hyatt and our special education directors for sharing their time with us, and all of you for staying and listening, because obviously this is our thing. This is what we love. So, no, it's all good. I'm going to attempt to learn the clicker. Awesome.
Okay, so what is DCCAC? We are a group of parent volunteers who give advice and specific recommendations to improve services and for all students receiving special education services. We want to improve services and achievements for all of our students.
Awesome. So I'm really excited that I get to present this slide, and this is what I consider one of our core activities that we do, and it is our support groups, our information and support groups. And we currently have 3 every single month that we host during the school months. And the majority of these are usually parent to parent. They're parents connecting with other parents, and they're sharing concerns, questions, honestly, real life. We share our real life stories, what's really happening, and they've been unbelievably helpful for parents and us as support group leaders. We also sometimes invite district staff who have been really awesome to come in and share with us, or community members to speak on topics that are relevant, that usually what our groups ask us for, that they say we'd like more information about this. And we bring them in and they share. Something else that's really great about our support groups is they're an excellent source of feedback. One of the support groups leaders do, we gather information, all the questions and concerns that come up, we gather those and bring them back to staff and have discussions based upon that. And one of our main goals when it comes to support groups is letting it become another place where parent voice and parent priorities can be highlighted. This is the contact information for people that would care. Right now, our 3 current groups are our SSN, our Effective Needs, and our Special Education, and those are the people that run them and when. And we're so excited because next month, our 4th support group is going to start, and that's our Dads and Guardians group. And we cannot wait to create this space for the guys in our life to connect and support each other.
Shining Star. So the true heart of DCCAC is Shining Star. And if you have not heard of it, it is DCCAC's way of honoring Douglas County School District employees who work in special education, who go above and beyond. So much like the Apple Awards, parents and caregivers can nominate an educator who they feel is really going above and beyond for their child, having them excel mentally and for educational growth. So every spring, so in this spring, we will accept nominations. At our March meeting, we're going to draw 20 names at random. And then those 20 educators are going to get a gift basket sponsored by Developmental Pathways, as well as other community donations that we receive. And next slide. These are pictures from last year's, not everyone, but a good chunk of our basket winners from last year, delivered personally by our board. It's our favorite day of the year.
It is the best day. It really is. We have so much fun with it. That shining star, and it is the heart, is the stuff that makes us most happy. I am not going to go deep into this one. We don't have time to dive into some of the awesome projects that we were able to be part of last year. There's a highlight list here. We left them there, so if you guys wanted to follow up on them, but we were able to participate in the Alternatives to Suspension Task Force. We had the Effective Needs Summer Summit. We also participated in the SPED Talks that happened last year that were really wonderful. We recruited 5 new board members, and we have been growing with social media. If any of you want to know about any of this, we love to talk about it. So you can follow up, and we would give you more details than you'd ever need.
And this year is also very busy. So we are working on all of these items, a suggestion drop box. Currently, you can do that online. We are actively participating in teacher and staff appreciation events as they come up. We have an artist spotlight program, Meet the Coordinators video series, a Did You Know Special Education Edition video series, and we are very excited to continue the conversation with our district leadership about expanding our center-based programs.
Yay. Awesome. And so this last slide is, we want to share another key pillar that makes DCCAC work, and that is our relationship with DCSD special education leadership. And this slide kind of goes over some of the events that we've been able to work together with our leadership on. But what it doesn't show, and it can't show, is the years and years that DCCAC and special education leadership have worked together to create this awesome collaborative relationship that's based on positivity and respect, and actually focused on finding solutions that can actually work for our students. And there's a lot of togetherness. We probably talk with them a lot more than they'd want. There's a lot of communication going on, which we really, really appreciate. DCCAC honors that special education is a massive collaborative effort led by our extraordinary teachers who are out of this world, by our amazing leadership and all of the support teams, and our super fierce and loving parents. All these teams work together to support and serve our absolutely most vulnerable population. But if you spend any time with any of these awesome learners, it's really, really clear that they are amazing, they're worthy, and they belong in every student population. Everyone needs them. We're a great group. We want to thank you guys for letting us highlight all the awesome things that we've been doing to support these great students. And if you have any questions, we'd love to answer them.
Board directors?
Nothing? Not one thing?
I feel like it's my job to go first, so I'll just go first. I'll own it. Thank you very much. So how many members do you have? And I think you may have said it and I missed it, but I also know I had heard recently that perhaps you're looking at adding members to represent charters. Like you may not have charter representation. It all came up when we were talking about the Lehman center-based programming. So I'd love to just hear your membership and how you ensure that it's inclusive of the different communities.
So at this time, we currently have 12 parents on our board. That is in our bylaws, the max 12. we are open to increasing that number if need be. We have an application process. So once, it's in the past been about once a year, but that's as parents resign. So once we find a need to add more parents to our board, we have an application process, and it goes out through the district, right? It goes out to all parents who have a child on an IEP or a 504, and they are welcome to apply.
So it goes out to everybody. Everyone gets it, and it's as board membership needs it. But just because we're special education parents, there's turnover. There's always room. There's people's lives get complicated. And so pretty much anyone's welcome. Everyone's welcome to apply.
Other directors? Director Ray?
Well, Director Peterson and I have the pleasure of being liaisons for your group, and I will have to say you are the lowest maintenance committee I have ever had the pleasure of being. I mean, you're like a fine-tuned machine, and the positivity is right on. I mean, the energy in the room is always focused on what's best for kids. It doesn't get into, a gripe session. It gets into a solution-finding opportunity, and so it's been a delight and a pleasure, and you guys have just exuded that, and I would really encourage any special education parent or really anyone that wants to understand the community of students with disabilities to come to those meetings, because they're so insightful, and all of you are so wise, and I'm just truly grateful for the years that you guys have been in place to really work collaboratively with our leadership. So thank you for your presentation tonight too.
Thank you.
Other directors? All right, and I'd like to just echo Director Ray's comments. Thank you to Carrie and Aaliyah. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Beek still has something.
Well, it's me. It's me. So I just want to thank you for submitting your questions and feedback on the Lehman. And in your letter, and I apologize, I didn't get access to it before the meeting. So I think all of us now have access to that. And I'm just curious if you have questions for us, or if you feel like you've been able to submit all the questions that you have and now you're just waiting. I'm just kind of curious what that process looks like.
Definitely. I'm glad that you guys all have it. And I think that probably a lot of that was time crunch. We were working really quickly to try and get between the 2 weeks to try and get all our board members up to speed and try and talk with all the people that we needed to talk with. And I think that yes, the answer is yes. A lot of those questions have been answered. I had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Mosier and Dr. Edwards and Danelle and Nicole to ask some of these questions and go over them, and was impressed and hopeful that this is a continued partnership and conversation. I think that a lot of the answers are that we don't have all of the specifics, because a lot of the questions that our board members or our community members were asking us were a lot of procedural, like how is this going to happen? And I think they're really important questions. I'm glad that they were asked. I think that they can be part of, like, when this program continues to be built. It's a really interesting and exciting opportunity to say, I think that sort of DCCX's broad response was any place that wants to be more inclusive of our children, we love. We want to hear about it. And our very next question is, how are you going to do it? Because that really matters. It really, really matters what's next. And so I think that it's a really interesting, big decision. And we are very happy that we were invited to participate in these conversations. And I have confidence that our leadership team wants to continue to have these conversations with us. And I was just thrilled that it was a conversation here on the board that our whole community could hear. But our feedback is we feel like there's a lot of work still, but we're excited to be part of it.
Thank you. It's really good to hear that. And I do know you requested a seat at the table as all the details are being worked out. And what I've heard over and over tonight is how important it is that we do things collaboratively. And so thank you for making that offer of wanting to be at the table as those details are worked out. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and I believe Deputy Hyatt has some final comments.
We have many other DCCAC members here, so can you all please stand?
Yay,
Come
thank you,
on.
ladies.
We are very thankful and appreciative for their support. Yay.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to item number 15, which is the Board of Education discussion on N number 2. Mr. Blair, if you could bring that up. And N number 2 is our outstanding educators and staff. And just for those that haven't been keeping track, we started with mission and vision, discussing that monthly with the board. We moved through N number 1 last month, and this month, N number 2. And for those that are wondering why we're doing this, it's really for a review, a chance for the board to go through, review, and validate our strategic goals, also known as our ends. And really, we're doing that so the superintendent and the staff can have an interpretation of these that ultimately lead to monitoring reports, which we're just putting back in place with the district. So with that, thank you, Mr. Blair, for putting that up. That is N number 2 as exists today. Last time it was reviewed was about 4 years ago. And with that, I'll open up to any statements, questions, comments by any of the members. And we do have 30 minutes. We don't have to take it all, but we're happy to stay here and discuss. So with that, I think this is, I'll just open up and say it's coincidental because we're going through the ends one at a time. We just happen to be on number 2. And this absolutely relates to what is going on now in the district. We just passed a resolution earlier tonight. We saw all the town, metro area, city council resolutions. And I think opening this up as one director, there is nothing that we can do currently better to achieve this end than to support the mill and the bond, specifically the mill for not just our teachers. Notice it's educating, outstanding educators and staff, and we would be taking care of all of them by passing the MLO. But with that, we do have 5 sub-bullets, and I will open it up to anyone else. I've got one that I would like to open for discussion, and it's actually number 4. I have no, I think there's really good things that relate directly to our ability to attract, hire, and retain staff through all the bullets. But I just wonder if I'm trying to understand the intent. So maybe Director Ray or one of the directors that was here last time that was written, it's communication between and among students, parents, community, and educators. Is that to ensure that our educators are meeting the expectations of the others in that conversation? Is that to, I'm not sure how that is a direct supporting bullet. That's my only question.
Well, I think the key word is collaborative. And I think what we wanted to really establish there is that that's really a primary value that will help all these other areas as far as recruiting and retaining and developing, is if we establish a culture of collaboration that is frequent and that is with all the entities, like you mentioned, the 3-legged stool that Director Myers always talks about. I think that kind of encapsulates that notion, is that our outstanding educators and staff are outstanding when these things are in place, where there's frequent and collaborative conversations with students, parents, community, and teachers. So I think it was just more of a statement for what outstanding looks like than anything else. I think it defines that.
Okay, and again, I'm not looking to micromanage and rewrite these. If I were writing it from beginning, I would actually just replace the word communication with collaboration. The collaboration between and among is frequent and helpful, because I think, as you expressed, that makes more sense to me, Director Ray, that it's ensuring that we have that partnership and that assists our educators in supporting the students and supporting parents and supporting staff. Because I really do look at us, we have these little things up here, we're in the children business. For those that can't see them, they remind us here as directors, everyone has one. But I would say we're also in the customer service business, right? And our customers are, first and foremost, our students. Our customers are our parents, they are our community. And I would say as a board, our leadership, our superintendent, our cabinet are our customers as well. We owe them support so that they can do their job. So that was the only one that I had. I wasn't quite sure how it linked directly up. And I think, again, the only other comments I'd like to hear, if directors have opinions on them, is if there's anything that we would want to impart to the superintendent and the staff that may assist or further guide either interpretation or ultimately down to metrics, which we hear continuously for monitoring reports. And if we don't have anything, I would open it before we close this out to the superintendent if she has any questions around possible interpretation. But Director Meek, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't have questions or concerns around any of this. My questions, I guess, would just be around how it's monitored, right? How do we know we're successful in these areas? And I think for some of these areas, the only way to get at that would be climate surveys, where you're asking employees to tell us, do they feel supported? Do they feel celebrated? Do they feel valued, right? So I think it's very typical to have climate surveys. And I know historically we used to do annual climate surveys for teachers. So I would just like to hear from our superintendent maybe what her thoughts are on tracking and monitoring this.
So of course, we do some monitoring on this using the Teaching and Learning Environment Survey in Colorado, but some discussions that we've had internally since I started in April is the need for, eventually we want to have our own district survey instruments for parents and for our staff and students around the issues that are important to our district and to our Board of Education based on our ends and our missions. So that's absolutely a conversation and something that will take a little bit of time for us to work through in terms of what that looks like to develop, what the time frame looks like, what the resources needed look like. In the meantime, the Teaching and Learning Survey, the Colorado survey, is something that we've definitely look at in terms of establishing baseline data and in terms of a monitoring report. In fact, in the monitoring report as it's laid out today, the TLCC survey has several of the indicators along with a few other areas such as a principal climate and staff, or excuse me, a principal climate and culture survey, which is also something and that has been under discussion. It's something that was a practice of mine when I was in this role before, and it's something I think that is really important for us as a district to understand where our principals think we are as well. So all of those things are part of efforts that are under discussion, but we need to determine what that really looks like in terms of the time, the kind of feedback we need in order to create those surveys, and the resources that we need to make it happen.
One of the things that I found helpful, Director Meek and I sit as liaisons on the Equity Advisory Council, and over the last series of meetings, mainly Matt Reynolds has brought in a lot of data around hiring, retention, not just our data, why people are leaving, who we brought in, where we recruit from, but he's also nicely compared that where we are with local, state, and national trends. And I appreciate the subjective feedback that surveys get, but I would also, as one director, like to see some objective data around hiring. Where are we on trends for retention? Where do we compare also to the Denver metro area? I think that's specifically germane, because if we're going to go ask the taxpayers for an MLO, specifically to attract, hire, retain teachers, we'd love to see a metric that are the taxpayers getting a return on that investment as well. So anything that we can include that way, I think would be excellent.
So just to reorient where we were, we had the Board of Education had approved a general framework for monitoring reports, and the indicators under outstanding educator and staff included the TLCC, so that's a Teaching and Learning Conditions Colorado survey that we just talked about, overall reflection as well as comparative, and then educator evaluation assurances, that's part of our educator evaluation under CDE, licensed staff turnover compared to the state and Our other districts, overall staff turnover, same comparisons. And then, as I mentioned, a principal climate and culture survey. So those are the monitoring pieces that are in place right now. Thank you.
Director Ray.
I think also the last bullet to me is probably is what we're talking about, but needs to be emphasized, and that's multiple opportunities for our employees' voices to be heard. And I think Superintendent Cade, you're delineating some of those metrics that we'd use for that purpose. I think tonight was a perfect example when we hear a lot of teachers come and say, my voice wasn't heard. And I think those are the things that we really want to make sure we're proactive in engaging. I don't know where we are with our Employee Advisory Council, Ms. Thompson, but I know that there was great benefit for me previously to have that group come and talk on a regular basis, because they really are kind of the barometer of our employee group, and they can identify areas of focus. And I think even the climate survey, they'd be a great group to really be talking to about what questions do you want us to ask? Because I think sometimes we ask the questions that we want to hear, but our employers are saying, I wish you would ask me this question instead. And so I think they'd be a great launching point for that. I know that we, although we don't have a collective bargaining agreement with a union, I know that our union has expressed frustration with feeling like they don't have a voice. And I don't think that a CBA is necessarily something that is required in order for them to also feel like they're being heard. And so I think it's important for us to look at all different kinds of groups that can advocate on our students' behalf with regards to conditions for them that will make them even a more effective employee. So that particular bullet was one that I feel like we have not done well yet, and I'm looking forward to us amplifying and increasing and really making sure that we indeed hear their voices, because that when we do, they're directly impacting what happens with our students. So I would just emphasize that last bullet.
Director Williams.
I guess my preference, and this is as speaking as one person, is to not make any tweaks or adjustments to this right now, but just kind of reaffirm this. And then that way, when the superintendent comes and gives her monitoring reports around this, at that time, we could say, let's tweak this, let's move things around. Yes, I like this, no, I don't. That way we're not tweaking it twice every year. And so I think it's good for us to reaffirm this, but maybe not make any adjustments right now.
Other directors? Director Meek?
Yeah, I would just add, in the DCSD Community Connections Plan, the original idea was trying to meet with the employee council in October. This has taken a little longer to roll out, so I don't think it's realistic necessarily, but we do have educators and personnel highlighted as a group that we as a board would want to connect with and ask questions. So I just wanted to highlight that one thing.
Okay, any other director questions or comments? Director Ray?
So I was going to respond to Director Williams and say I totally concur, because I helped write these and I think they're perfect. So therefore, I don't think there's a need to tweak them either at this time. I think it covers well what we mean when we say outstanding educators and employees. So.
Yeah, and I think the intent is, unless we, during our discussions, come up with something we think we need to take action on or is unclear. Again, the intent of this is really to, for everyone listening, the board is going through, we're revalidating things that may have occurred 4 years ago, but letting all our community know that we as a group of 7 still support those things today, and ultimately affecting that handoff to the superintendent for interpretation and monitoring. And again, I think agreeing with Director Williams, if that interpretation and or monitoring comes back and we go, well, that's not quite what we meant, then we can go provide some clarity at that time. But I am not interested in remaking, the ends multiple times unless we see something glaring. So thank you. Superintendent Kane, did you have any other questions or needs from the board around end number 2 to assist you or your staff?
No, thank you.
Okay, and with that, we will move to item number 16, which is the President reports and the Board of Education reports. The Board of Education regular meeting is scheduled for 1 November. As a reminder, this is the only October meeting because we do have fall break from the 17th to the 21st. And in November, we will be discussing briefly at number 3, the safe, positive culture and climate. Agenda planning for the 1 November meeting will occur this Friday, not Thursday. It will occur Friday at 10:30 a.m. This is, so what are you going to do during fall break? I think Superintendent Kane urged the staff from cabinet, everybody down, to take a break. And there's no better way to get out and enjoy the wonderful Colorado fall weather than to go walk for the Bond MLO. So I'd like to thank the fellow board members. Yes. Wonderful T-shirt here. I don't know if you can zoom in on this, Mr. Blair, but it does say vote yes, 5A and 5B. I think the board's gotten out, and I've seen various directors all down the board in various ways engaging the community, not just in the last couple of days. This was going on through the summer. This was really ramped up, and I'd like to thank my fellow board members for getting out there and doing a lot of engagement, and I would like to preemptively thank them for their continued engagement. We've had members of our board committees. I was out with John Freeman the other day, walking doors and knocking with him, and I know we've had other board committee members out there. So what I'm asking for tonight is, this is specifically going out to our staff, our teachers, our nutritional specialists, our fine bus drivers, our custodians, certainly our teachers, and we're asking for you to help us help you. The best thing you can do right now, and I want to get this right, you can go to investindcsd.com. That is investindcsd.com. Click on the volunteer and then click on the sign up link. If you do that, you will get information about upcoming events, where you can walk, where you can meet. You can arrange to get literature. We have wonderful Bond and MLO literature that does a great job explaining that. And we only have 4 weeks left to take to the streets, weekdays, weekends. Again, do not use your DCSD emails. Do not do this on your school time. Let's stay legal. I know Council Klamesh is happy with that statement. But as individual citizens and in your free time, please get out. If you have not looked at the preemptive step and lane changes that will happen if the MLO passes, that were passed by this board, get in there as a teacher, look at it, see what your actual raise is going to be, and then go out and work for that raise. Because as we know, the best way to take care of our kids is by taking care of those who take care of our kids. And that includes not just our teachers and staff, but take care of the community, pass the bond, bring that extra economic engine in here. Two last thanks that I have out here is I'd like to thank the candidates and the canvassers who have allowed us, both on the left and on the right and everywhere in between, to include our Bond Mill literature during some of their walks and have gone out. And that is, I'd just like to thank them, because that has magnified our effort. So we're just not walking for our issue, we're getting the word out through other means. And then I'd also like to have a personal shout out, frankly, to Eric and Rhonda Garrett, who donated $25,000 to the Invest in DC effort. And that was critical to us to be able to put together palm cards, literature, and other things that are out there. Any other directors that definitely want to comment on this issue, it doesn't have to be me. You can comment at your time. The very last thing I have then is CASB. We have the CASB Fall Conference and Delegate Assembly, and that is occurring on Friday, October 21st and Saturday, October 22nd. As the third largest school district, we can send a representative to that, and legislative initiatives, everything is on the CASB website. So if we have someone that would like to, go ahead. Well, I know the Director Meek's going, go ahead.
Well, I'm presenting, you know, I'm no longer an employee there, but I am presenting on Friday and had planned to attend both days.
Okay, thank you. If we would like to send another representative there, I mean, I would be happy to attend as well, if that would suit the other folks as the official representative as well.
Yeah, so I'll definitely be there. I think it's it's great for multiple people to attend. The delegate assembly portion, delegates get to vote on the various resolutions. I think we as a board would need to decide how we wanted to vote on any of those resolutions. But I think that's the way it works typically.
Okay. That's the only comments that I had, and I'll turn it over, item number 17, to Vice President Williams for her comments.
So I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of what you talked about, President Peterson, with the bond and MLO initiatives coming up. I know that there have been a lot of opportunities for people to listen to the presentation given by Superintendent Kane and others, but there is one more opportunity this coming Thursday. So if you have not had the opportunity to hear the presentation, to see it, Allison Roush is going to be giving the presentation in Sterling Ranch, where I will be attending with both Director Ray and Director Meek. So you will have the opportunity to, I'm sure we'll all be around after to answer any questions if you have those. But I would just make the plea and encourage those that have not had the ability to really understand what this is all about to come and hear and listen and ask questions so that you can make an educated vote come November. So thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure which way we went last time. I know Director Meek's been going first a lot, so we'll start with Director Hansen.
I actually was just going to make a quick comment. One of our public commenters this evening spoke about the book A Long Way Gone, and I was just going to volunteer to you that I have read the book in anticipation of future conversations, and if anyone would like to ask questions or have discussions about it, I am absolutely up for that.
Okay, thank you, Director Hansen. Director Ray.
So just a quick comment back regarding the delegate for CASB. Our process typically has been that we, after the delegate that we designate reads the resolution, there's probably what, about 30 resolutions? Then as a board, then we pretty much give that delegate permission to vote on our behalf. And I don't know that we have time, quite honestly, to do that. So I would just advocate that we don't vote at the CASB delegation, just because I think it would not necessarily be on behalf of the collective board. And because we think differently, I'm a little concerned that there may be some votes that maybe doesn't represent us collectively. So I would just advocate that, Director Meek can certainly report back to us. Director Peterson, if you want to attend, that's great, but that we would refrain from voting in that this time since we're not ready to do that. And then also I talked to Director Myers, but, and I think this is where maybe I have dropped the ball with student advisory group and agenda planning, but typically as a standing agenda item, we have student comment whenever there's public comment. So on the meetings when we have public comment, we have our student advisory group come, and I just need to, Director Myers and I need to help them understand that that's their responsibility to do. I unfortunately had to miss the last meeting, so I wasn't able to confirm that they'd be here, but just would like for agenda setting purposes to make sure we do that. And I think we also should be encouraging students beyond just student advisor group to know that they've got this preserved block of time to come and talk to us. And I really appreciate, I know Mr. Blair turned off the timer, if you notice, when a student is talking, which is our norm here, is that we do not time our students. We say, you have all the time you want when you come and address us, because we are in the children business. So
one quick comment on that, and if there's any students that are still listening, if there's any students that are listening at all, please identify yourself as a student. The board secretary or assistant secretary will put you on the beginning, the first speakers on the agenda, and we'll know not to turn the time off on you. So we will get you in, allow you to speak, and if you have other things to do as a student, we will accommodate that. So thank you, Director Ray.
So we'll just make sure that's our standing agenda item, and we will make sure that we get our students here to present. And then I just have kind of a question about public comment tonight. I know, Director Peterson, you read a letter from Mayor Millay, and it was a great letter, and it was definitely great to see Lone Tree endorsing our bond MLO. I'm concerned, though, that we're breaking protocol where we say, just give me a letter and I'll read it during public comment. And I want to clarify that for our public, because there have been times that we've not done that. If we've, there's been times where a public commenter will give their letter to someone else to be present and read. But I think as board directors, we need to be very cautious that we don't take the responsibility to read somebody else's public comment. Otherwise, we may be inundated with, here, would you read my public comment from the dais? And it has a different tone and flavor when we read it than when somebody else reads it on their behalf. So just clarifying some processes, and hopefully we're in agreement. If not, I'm willing to discuss that as well.
I'll take that on board, and I probably could have just a little different from a public official with a statement, but I would probably, could have moved that to the MLO thing. So point taken, thank you.
Very good. No, thank you. I have nothing else to share.
Director Myers.
So I might also say I have read the same book, and I wondered, and if my memory serves me, I do believe it was in my library at Ranchview. Plus, we had a presentation at one time, an excellent group, and we talked about, as a librarian, especially middle school, we talk about age-appropriate books. But my biggest highlight was, of course, Friday. I got to go to the Youth Congress as DCY representative. Thursday night, I made the decision to ride the bus with the kids. I didn't want to drive. And so I'm there at 7:15, and I experienced an hour delay in the bus, charter bus. So we all crammed onto one bus. There were plenty of room. So I got the experience of riding with kids again, as I have many times before when we did field trips, and excellent day. I mean, I think we had a record number of kids down there, up there at the Capitol, and with several community leaders, from mayors to commissioners to law enforcement. And the kids were awesome. And I happened to be on the CTE room with Dr. Rex Core, and actually Miss Iverson, that was in the audience, was in on the committee with me. We had a wide variety of kids, just from every school. I mean, we had Valor, Douglas County High School, Mountain Vista High School. And one of the things that I was glad that I had done is I had visited Castle View, and I had visited Douglas County High School and got to see their CTE programs that they had. So one of the things that was loud and clear out of my committee was that they didn't even know they existed in their schools. It's in the wing way down the other way. And they talked about educating their parents and educating teachers and counselors that not every, gosh, I can do something else besides go to college and make some pretty good money once I'm through this program. So we had some very excited kids that day. And then at the end of the day, all of a sudden the day was gone. I didn't know it was going to go that fast. The kids that reported are out. I can rest assured that our hands are in, our future is in the hands of some very qualified leaders in our schools across the district, high school kids. And okay, my mom made me come, so I brought my two buddies along, was one of them in my group, and they said, oh, but I'm so glad I came. So I think they were so impressed with the process and what we were doing. And then the ride home, it was nothing but talking. And I sat with different kids the whole way. And it was a great day.
Director Weiniger.
I walked this weekend on Saturday with Director Myers, and we passed out this literature. It's super easy if any body out there wants to just pass it out, drop it at a door, or love you to door knock, just reach out. I have a bunch, and I plan on walking again this Saturday. So if you go to the website, investindcsd.com, you can sign up for the email that lets you know, or honestly just reach out and I can let you know as well when the walk times are.
Director Meek.
So I did not walk this weekend. I was a little under the weather all weekend, and I chose to do virtual Zoom meetings instead. And so I took about 40-minute segments of time, quickly did the slide presentation, and then just took any and all questions and just answered them over and over. All the same questions we've been hearing and giving out those answers. And I plan to continue to try to hold 1 or 2 of those a week between now and the election. And if anyone wants to join, you are more than welcome to join. But I think they went really well, and it's helpful to just be available to people and answer questions in that format as well. So I'll continue to do that. I'm wondering if the video clips that were recorded recently are going to be released anytime soon, or what the plan is.
We are, at least the one that Director Ray and I did jointly was sent to us to preview. There were a couple typos in just the captions, but I believe they are about to be released shortly, so.
That's great news. I thought maybe I messed it all up because I talked for way too long. Anyway, I encourage everyone to get active and engaged with supporting the MLO and bond in any way that you can. And people listen to people that they know and trust. And so the best way to influence anyone's vote is to tell the people that you know this is what you need to do. So anyway, that's my promo. Attended the Long Range Planning Committee meeting on October 5th. We talked about land inventory, looking at the vacant, unused surplus properties. It's amazing looking at how much detail our LRPC puts into all of this work. It is just overwhelming. They're also looking at bylaws and maybe some potential changes that they would bring as recommendations to us, but I think they were passing those through legal counsel. So that was in the works. We talked about the Thunder Ridge feeder area analysis and timeline. We've had presentations on that, and so the subcommittee is really looking at what that process looks like. Potentially looking for new members from the Chaparral feeder area. And that was that. And then lastly, uploaded to the board agenda is the Community Connections Plan. I'd like to thank board directors for your feedback when we talked about it last publicly. I added language for policy KBB, parent and family engagement, and added some questions to be a little more specific. And so all of that is uploaded to the agenda and transparent for the community to see. And now Director Williams and I are trying to get on the schedule with Allison Roush to start getting things scheduled out and moving forward. However, I just wanted to call out, those questions are also meant for our board committees that we serve on. And so thinking about how you might work in some of those questions, and that will take some scheduling, right? Because it's going to be a little more time than a board update. But just wanted to throw that out there for you to be considering. That's it.
Yeah, I think the explicit ask there is if you are a liaison to one of our board committees, please communicate with the chair and make sure that they have a little bit of time to have that discussion when it's convenient for them. Obviously, with superintendent councils, committees, and things that don't report to the board, we'll work with Allison to get on their schedules as well as additional things. With that, that moves us to item number 19, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Ray?
Second.
Second, Williams. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Meeting is now adjourned.
Recording